Live from Fenway Park in Boston, NESN presents exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball. Tonight, the Red Sox take on the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox baseball. Game 3 of the 4-game series between the Red Sox and the Rays. A tough conclusion to last night's second game of the doubleheader for the Red Sox. Boston with a 4-0 advantage going into the 9th. Uget Urbina pitching to Jared Sandberg, who went deep, a 3-run home run, and it propelled the D-Rays over the Red Sox 5-4 with that big 3-run home run. Certainly a crushing defeat as we welcome in Jerry Remy as always, and a very difficult loss last night.
It was, Don, and the Red Sox have had a couple of those over the last few days, and last night, or the whole day yesterday, was really a great day for the Red Sox with the exception of that one inning. So they're going to have to bounce back tonight, and they're going to have to bounce back with some new people. There's been a roster move for the Red Sox today. Dustin Hermanson with the infected left elbow put on the 15-day disable list. You got to feel bad for Hermanson. He's only pitched in one inning or a couple of innings all season long for the Red Sox. He's been on DL all year, and he's back on there again. Casey Fossum, who went back to Pawtucket to become a starter, called up to the big league team. Now, you've got to remember that Frank Castillo worked a couple of innings in relief over the weekend down there in New York, so they're not quite sure how long Frank can go. Casey Fossum was supposed to start tonight in Pawtucket. He's up here for insurance. And look for another roster move maybe tomorrow with Baez coming off and maybe a pitcher going back down to the minor leagues.
Well, the Red Sox lineup is loaded with right-handers because they face a lefty tonight in Joe Kennedy, who gets the start tonight for the D-Rays. 4 complete games, tied for first in the American League in that category. And against Tampa Bay this year, Frank Castillo 1-0 with a low earned run average. We're back with the starting lineups in the first pitch from Fenway after this.
Who is it?
Sasha and Amber.
It's time to rock, let's rock the party.
Hit it! This summer, Austin Powers
I am a sexy beast.
must use an evil genius
1975.
to catch an evil genius.
The aptly named Gold member. I love gold.
With the help of a new lady.
I'm Foxy Cleopatra, and I'm a whole lot of woman.
New Line Cinema presents
He's okay.
Austin Powers in Gold Member. Rated PG-13. Advanced screenings this Thursday. Starts Friday everywhere.
Hi, welcome to Citizens Bank.
We're having our grand opening. It just makes it more convenient.
Anything that makes my life easier.
Free checks.
Free ATM.
Free online bill payment.
Just for showing the card.
There's not too many free things around these days, you know.
Stop, shop, and bank. Can't beat that.
The wonder of it all. Take a chance, make it happen. Pop the cork, finger snapping. Spin the wheel, round and round we go. Life is good, life is sweet. Grab yourself a front row seat. Let's meet and have a ball. Let's live, yeah, let's live for the wonder of it all. Meet me at Foxwoods. Foxwoods.
How many reasons do you need to get into cheap Grand Cherokee? How about 0? Because now, for a limited time, you can get 0% financing for 60 months on a rugged yet luxurious 2002 Grand Cherokee. 0% for 60 months adds up to $6,800 in finance savings. Plus, you get our 770 limited powertrain warranty. But you have to hurry. 0% financing for 60 months won't last long. See your Jeep dealer today.
Have a blast this summer with Coors Light and the Sox. Enter the Coors Light Silver Bullet Blast. And every time the Sox hit a home run on NESN, you could win a $50 gift certificate to an area restaurant. Every entry is also eligible for the grand prize, a trip for 2 to Camden Yards to catch the Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. So send a postcard or enter online at NESN.com. And stay tuned. It's going to be a Silver Bullet Blast.
And welcome back to Fenway Park, everybody. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy, the Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, ready for the third game of the four-game series. Let's take a look at the visiting Tampa Bay Devil Rays starting lineup tonight. Randy Winn at the top of the order, as he has been in the series in center field. Andy Sheets at second base. Steve Cox at first base, with Aubrey Huff in the cleanup spot as the DH. John Flaherty, the former Red Sox catcher, does the catching. Ben Grieve in right, with Chris Gomez back in there at shortstop. The hero from last night, Jared Sandberg, at third base. And Carl Crawford, the rookie, is in left.
The defense tonight for the Red Sox, it'll be Shea Hillenbrand at third base, Nomar Garciaparra the shortstop, Ray Sanchez at second, and Tony Clark at first. Left to right, Manny Ramirez, Ricky Henderson, and Trot Nixon. Doug Mirabelli behind the plate, and on the mound, right-hander Frank Castillo. 5-10 with a 4.70 ERA. His last win back on June 12th against Colorado, right here at Fenway Park. A no decision last time out as a starter against Tampa Bay. 4 innings in that game. And his last appearance was 2 innings of relief, 2 1/3 in that Yankee series. He held the Yankees scoreless for the 2 1/3 innings.
Here is the only representative of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in the All-Star game, Randy Winn. He's had a fine season in center field for Tampa Bay, as he checks in at .315 so far in the year. 8 homers and 45 runs batted in. Brushes this foul down towards Canvas Alley, and it's 1-1 to Randy Winn.
Castillo had that relief appearance against the Yankees. That was the day he was scheduled to throw on the side. Of course, a little bit more difficult, obviously, being in that ball game. So Red Sox have called up Casey Fossum just in case Frank has some troubles early in the ball game.
This is on the ground and foul down towards the end of the Boston dugout. Of course, Casey Fossum is scheduled to make a start tonight for the Pawtucket Red Sox, so he could be stretched out if the Red Sox need him in a long relief capacity tonight. And there is Casey out in the Boston bullpen. Casey was saying before the game that he really enjoyed going back to starting again, as the Red Sox see him as a future starter, and stretched him out some longer pitch counts down in Pawtucket, and he was starting to enjoy the use of all of his pitches, and said that he enjoyed the fact that he could have one rough inning and know that he could come back and have a very strong inning the next. And the pressure side of the bullpen is something he did not miss, but he is out there tonight, and I'm sure he's happy to be back in the big leagues again. The 1-2 to Randy Winn. This is up top, and it evens up at 2-2.
Castillo's pitched very well against the Devil Rays in his career. He is 2-0, 1-0 this season in 2 starts, and I mentioned that no decision in his last start down at Tampa.
Wynn sends it on the ground. A top hop for Clark. Has trouble with it and flips wildly past Castillo, is covering the bag at first, backed up by Mirabelli, and Tony Clark had trouble with that one down at first base.
Now the ball stayed down. You'll see when it hits the last hop before coming the clock, there's no bounce on it. It just stays down low to the ground right there, and he tried to jab at it, couldn't make the play, kicks it around, and no chance to get Wynn at first base. You always expect that hop, and you're surprised when you don't get the hop and the ball stays low.
They charge Tony Clark with the error. And Randy Winn is aboard to begin things here in the first inning. Brings up Andy Sheets, a former utility infielder for the Red Sox. Andy at .273, no homers, and 3 runs batted in. Sheets got the start in the nightcap of the doubleheader yesterday at shortstop, but is in there tonight at second base with the regular Devil Rays shortstop Gomez back in his normal spot at shortstop. Andy Sheets has been up almost a week, as he was brought up right before the weekend last weekend from AAA Durham up to the big leagues, where he spent the bulk of last year as a member of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. He's been in the major leagues with the Mariners, the Padres, the Anaheim Angels, the Red Sox, and now Tampa Bay. They'll keep a close eye on Randy Winn at first base as Castillo checks on him again.
19 steals on the season for Randy Wynn. He's been caught 5 times, and he is 8th in the league in stolen base.
Evens the count now at 1-1. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays are 31-67 as they come into tonight's action. Last place in the American League East and 30.5 games back of the Yankees, who are on the top of the American League East. Of course, 3.5 games better than the Red Sox heading into tonight's action. And a tough day yesterday to begin the day for Hal McRae, but the night finished out all right as this is looped into right center field, and that'll fall for a base hit. Randy Wynn up to second, and the Devil Rays have the first 2 men on to begin the game.
Right toward the end of the bat for Andy Sheets, it was a cut fastball from Frank Castillo and just bloops it out over the head of Sanchez and in front of Trot Nixon. Cut fastball just off the outside edge toward the end of the bat, but perfect placement by Andy Sheets. 4-game hitting streak now for Sheets since being recalled from the minor leagues.
So Randy Wynn is at second base, Andy Sheets at first, and here's Steve Cox, the first baseman. Cox at .273, 12 homers, and 51 runs batted in. Cox appearing in his 93rd game of the year for Tampa Bay. He's been pretty much their everyday first baseman on the season. Came up through the Oakland organization, a high draft choice by the Oakland A's, and never did reach the major leagues with the A's. His only major league time has been spent here with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Right now on a nasty 11-for-60 skid that has him hitting at 183.
He has done very well, though, against Castillo. 400 in his career against Frank, and 1 career home run.
Frank Castillo comes in at 5-10 into tonight's action. His 21st overall appearance. Of course, the bullpen appearance for him last time on a side day. Sliced foul off the left side. It's now 2-1. And there are times during the course of the year that Frank deserved a better fate in many of his outings in which he received no decisions, and sometimes some games that the bullpen did not help him out with, and he received some losses. Not entirely sure that the double figures in losses is really indicative of the way that Frank has pitched this season. Tampa Bay threatening in the first with nobody out and 2 on as Castillo backs off. Now the 2-1 on the ground right side, softly hit. Sanchez goes to second for 1. That's all they'll get. They record the put out on the middleman and Andy Sheets. 4-6 on the force out. No chance for the double play, and Tampa Bay with runners at the corners.
Good adjustment there by Ray Sanchez going to his left. A lot of times you'll see the second baseman just get the sure out at first base, but Sanchez on the in-between hop still goes to second to get that lead man. Keeps the double play in order and also gets a man out of scoring position.
Doug Marbelli headed out to talk to Frank Castillo briefly. Frank on the backside of the mound and surveys the situation. He finds Randy Wynn at third, Steve Cox at first with 1 down, and Aubrey Huff stands in the DH. Huff at .285, 8 homers and 22 runs batted in.
It was interesting, Don. Not only did Mirabelli go out to talk to Castillo, so did Joe West, the home plate umpire.
It was different. The breaking ball in there for a strike. Joe West does indeed have the plate tonight for the umpires. Doug Eddings at third, Chris Guccione at second, and Mike Everett at first. Joe West, the veteran umpire. This is grounded into the Boston dugout. Look out. That's in the general area where Grady Little and Mike Stanley normally hang out. But Grady's down at the other end of the dugout.
Might have chased somebody right down the runway.
Like Stanley may have been right on the edge. Oh, it's Cubbage. Mike Cubbage was on the edge. That might got a piece of Mike, it looks like, on the forearm. As it misses, and it's now 1-2. Well, Mike Cubbage, third base coach, took a piece of that, perhaps. Aubrey Huff is the count even now at 2-2. Aubrey Huff 10 for his last 22 and has been pretty hot as of late for the Devil Rays. Huff missing the first 3 weeks of the year with a fractured left cheekbone. He was hurt in batting practice in Durham. He started the year in AAA. He pops it up foul and out of play. Still 2-2 to Aubrey Huff.
Little help that time from Aubrey Huff. That ball way up and out of the strike zone. Now, Frank generally works very deliberately with men on base, and that has been the case here in the first inning.
Aubrey Huff has been up and down on 2 occasions on the season. He's batting with 1 out. Wayne at third. Cox at first. And a count of 2-2 as Castillo with the pause. This is on the ground. Could be 2. Sanchez to second. Little wild throw. No out at second. No out at first. And a run in. So no outs recorded on the play. It looked as if there'd be a double play perhaps. But Sanchez, now what do we got? A late call. They're saying he's out at second base. After originally Guccione said he was safe, he looked for help. Now they're saying he's out.
He wasn't out at first base, was he?
No.
Where's everybody going?
Both places said they were safe. And then Guccione changed his mind at second, but still there'd only be 2 outs.
I'll tell you what they're calling. They're going to call him for being not able to tag second base and interfering with the man trying to make the double play, which ends up being a double play. That's what they've got to be calling, because both guys were called safe. The man at second
throws offline, though, is it not?
Yeah, he misses the bag there. There's no question. Now you see where the base runner is. He comes way out where he can't touch second base, and they're going to call that a double play. I think that's a terrible call.
Wow. Well, the Red Sox will certainly take it as it goes from being a 1-run deficit now to the inning being over.
With no run scored, right?
No run scored.
I don't know if this is going to stick. I mean, the throw pulled clearly Nomar off the bag. There's no doubt about that.
Right.
Then they call the runner for not being able to tag second, taking out the shortstop, and they call it a double play. It can't be.
Joe West is out there explaining it to Hal McRae. What could have been a double play naturally, a tough throw there from Ray Sanchez to pull Nomar off the bag to begin the play at second base.
I mean, if this sticks, it's going to be unbelievable, because the Red Sox didn't get 1 out on this play, but yet they're going to get out of the inning. Now, that throw clearly pulls Nomar off the bag, but you see where the slide is.
Right.
He comes way off the bag. He can't touch second base. So what they're doing is they're calling interference on the runner, and they're calling it an automatic double play.
Do you have to take the throw into account, or it does not matter if he comes out of the baseline?
Don, I don't know the answer to that, but if they get out of this one, this is a miracle.
It's unbelievable. Well, they're still talking about it, and Tampa Bay is now taking the field, so it looks as if this is not going to change. The Devil Rays, his pitcher out there now warming up. One last look.
All right, Nomar's off the bag. There's no question about that. There's the slide, and that's what the double play is called for, because, and he didn't even touch Nomar.
No.
But he was not in a position where he could tag second base, so they're going to call interference on the runner, and it becomes an automatic double play.
No score at the end of an amazing top of the first inning.
Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. Escape to a cooler place with a cold, refreshing iced coffee from Dunkin' Donuts. And your local Lincoln Mercury dealer, who invite you to come in and see the full line of Lincolns today.
When you can pick up the trail of a lost dog and follow every lead. When you can see that your best friend has been found. All with a calling plan starting at $19.99 a month. That's M-Life from AT&T Wireless. Stop by or call 1-800-IMAGINE today.
Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee. The coffee you love served ice cold. You just can't live without it. Get 2 pounds of Dunkin' Donuts coffee in any variety for just $9.99. Available in-store and online at DunkinDonuts.com.
What makes the rugged Nissan Xterra the authentic SUV? More power, more versatility, more protection from the elements. Want an authentic SUV? The Xterra is the real deal. And with low 3.9% APR for 60 months plus $500 cash back, now's the time to get a great deal on a Nissan Xterra. Offers end July 31st. Nissan. Driven.
Nesson's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines, bringing people together with low fares. By your local Lincoln dealers, who invite you to come in and see the full line of Lincolns today. And by Foxwoods Resort Casino, the wonder of it all in Southeast Connecticut. Call 1-800-PLAY-BIG. Back at Fenway, Tampa Bay unable to score in the first, we guess, as we head to the bottom of the first inning. And the Red Sox lineup looks like this tonight. Ricky Henderson's at the top of that lineup. In center field, Trot Nixon in right, Nomar at shortstop. Manny Ramirez in left, Jason Varitek the DH. Both catchers are in the lineup tonight. Hillenbrand's at third, Doug Mirabelli bats seventh doing the catching. Tony Clark at first base, and Ray Sanchez at second base bats ninth.
Joe Kennedy doing the pitching tonight for the Devil Rays. His 20th start. He is 5-8. He's coming off the shortest start of his career, only 4 innings last time out against Toronto. In 2 career starts against the Red Sox, he's pitched very well. Both no decisions, but a 2.08 ERA. That's in a total of 13 innings in those 2 career starts.
Facing Ricky Henderson, who was 1 for 3 here last night, playing in the nightcap of the doubleheader. And Ricky checks in at .239, 4 homers and 14 runs batted in. Riding a 3-game hitting streak is Ricky. Well, Al McRae did not get thrown out and did not appear to get all that excited. He stayed out there a long time, but Joe West and the rest of the umpiring crew explaining what happened, and miraculously the Red Sox come out of that inning unscathed.
Well, that's one of the wackiest calls certainly we've seen this year, and I understand what they're trying to call there, but if you look at the play, both guys are called safe. So wouldn't you think if there was interference from the base runner that you would just call a man out at first base?
Right.
Now, if you did that, the man would be safe at second, and the Devil Rays would have scored a run. But they automatically called a double play, even though the throw pulled Nomar off the bag.
Right. That's the part I have problems with, is the front end of that, where the throw pulls him off the bag originally.
Right.
Now, there's no question he went out of his way to get Nomar and couldn't have touched the bag if he had to.
Now, did he ever get back and touch the bag?
That I don't know. I was looking at first at that point. Line to left. On comes Crawford, who makes the catch chest high as Ricky lines to left for the first out.
Let's look at the defense tonight for the Devil Rays. Jared Sandberg will be at third base. Chris Gomez, the shortstop. Andy Sheets gets a start at second, and Steve Cox at first. Crawford, Wynn, and Grieve in the outfield. John Flaherty, who played the second game yesterday, again behind the plate. And, of course, Joe Kennedy doing the pitching.
Here comes Trot Nixon, hitting at .271 on the year. Nixon getting the start in right field tonight. Johnny Damon is not in the Boston lineup tonight, so Ricky Henderson is in center. Nothing wrong with Johnny, but a long day yesterday in which he appeared in all 18 innings of yesterday's day-night doubleheader. And Grady Little just wanted to give him the day off. You tell Johnny really does not want to take any days off. But Grady not using him to begin the ball game. You could see Johnny as the night goes on. Through the left side into left field. Trot Nixon has the Red Sox first hit of the night.
9 straight games for Nixon. Nixon 6 for 8 in the day-night doubleheader yesterday, and picks up a hit off a lefty. He really struggled early in the season against lefties, but has gotten better recently against left-handed pitching.
Here comes Nomar, who yesterday enjoyed his 29th birthday to the tune of 3 home runs in the first game of the doubleheader. Garciaparra was 3 for 5 with the 3 home runs in an 8 RBI game in the first game. Was 1 for 5 in the nightcap. Now up over 300. Nomar's at 304 on the season. Nomar pops it up right around the mound area. Cox down from first base and makes the catch about halfway between the plate and the mound. 2 down.
Well, let's take a look at tonight's game notes, brought to you by Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. The Devil Rays, 23 general managers decided in 9th inning. No, games, not general managers. They can't pull that out one on me. That's the most in the major leagues. 34 one-run games this season, the most in the majors. Red Sox yesterday 12 for 26 with runners in scoring position. Devil Rays have gone through 23 general managers.
Well, in fact, they really only had one, right, the whole time. Chuck Lamar has been the only general manager of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. 2 down. Here is Manny Ramirez.
I should probably pre-read those game notes.
The more fun on the fly, I think. Manny lines it to left, right at Carl Crawford, who makes the catch to end the inning. The Red Sox leave a man. We've played 1 from Fenway, no score.
Ford authorized clearance. Now get 0% financing for up to 60 months. That's 0% on the vehicles that'll rock your world. Like Ford Explorer, the #1 selling SUV on the planet. F-150, the #1 selling truck for 25 straight years. Focus, one of Car and Driver's 10 best. And Taurus, with the government's highest safety rating. 0% Ford authorized clearance now.
I will tell you about my Get Out of Nebraska shirt. I was at a thrift store in Wayne, Nebraska, and I stumbled upon this incredibly gaudy orange striped shirt that I thought was hideous at the time. And I wore it out to the bar, and all my friends said, hey, man, if you wear that shirt, you're going to have to leave Nebraska. You can't wear that shirt here. It sort of just, you know, I don't know, it fueled me to get out of Nebraska and come to the big town here. So it's still like my favorite shirt. I wear it all the time.
It's all right.
Find a great job in Greater Boston. Go to the job site that specializes in Boston. BostonWorks.com.
Back at Fenway, no score after 1 inning. Let's take a look at the runs leaders around baseball, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Soriano 2 ahead of Johnny Damon. Alex Rodriguez with 76, Jeter 75, Ichiro 73, and Bernie Williams 73. In the National League, Sammy Sosa 1 ahead of Pujols, Bond 72, Walker 70, and Pat Burrell of Philadelphia 68. The runs scored leaders around baseball.
Well, you are on TV. The year to be here, and the Red Sox in Tampa Bay, Game 3 of their 4-game series. On now to the 2nd inning, as the Red Sox and Devil Rays both unable to score in the 1st inning. John Flaherty, the former Red Sox catcher, leads it off. Flaherty at 258, 3 homers and 23 runs batted in. What a difference in temperatures from yesterday to today. They tell us it is 66 degrees to begin the ball game tonight.
This is absolutely beautiful tonight. No humidity at all. A slight breeze blowing straight in toward home plate.
1-1 is grounded through the left side out of the reach of Nomar. And for the second straight inning, the Devil Rays have the lead man on.
John Flaherty with a 6-game hitting streak now. His playing time had been cut a little bit short when Toby Hall was recalled from AAA, but Flaherty starting now 2 of the 3 games in this series. Was 2 for 4 yesterday. Picks up a hit in his first at bat. Red Sox got it pretty good according to the rules. Everybody gets called safe, but yet no run score, and they get the run off the field.
It's amazing. Really an incredible development. There are 2 outs, and that run you had is gone. It is still incredible, and they're looking over the rule book again to get to the bottom of it, but it appears that
it's the correct call.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. But the problem with that call that I have is the fact that the man was safe at second base because Nomar didn't tag the bag.
Right.
And then that happened after. So I guess they still call that the double play. And they did.
It's kind of like defensive interference when the wide receiver had no chance whatsoever to make the catch. And as this is grounded outside of first. You follow my analogy?
Yeah. Right now I'm in the rule book.
I know you are. 1-1 to Ben Grieve.
709 G. In the judgment of an umpire, a base runner willfully and deliberately interferes with a batted ball, or a fielder in the act of fielding a batted ball with the obvious intent of breaking up a double play. The ball is dead. The umpire shall call the runner out for interference and also call the batter runner for the action of his teammate. That's what he did. But that still doesn't. I still have a problem with that throw at second base where the runner was safe at second base.
Do you find the rule book a little wordy?
Yeah, they could trim it down a touch.
I wish they'd go back and just sort of make it, in layman's terms. It seems a little much, and doesn't seem like there's room for interpretation in a lot of areas. I'd like a rule book for dummies if they come out with that.
I think they do have one of those.
Do they? The 2-1 slice foul off the left side by Grieve. 2-2.
Matter of fact, that's the one I was just reading of. Was it? Rule book for dummies.
And I still didn't get it. I'm told that Henry Chadwick wrote the rule book in the 1870s. This is chopped over the tall frame at first of Tony Clark's into right field. John Flaherty will scamper to third, and all of a sudden the Devil Rays with runners at the corners and nobody out.
Now Grieve, another guy with great success against Castillo, 6 for 10 now in his career. One big high bounce up over the head of Tony Clark for the base hit. Don't worry about anything, Red Sox. They're not going to score any runs. Everybody's going to be safe, and they're going to call the inning over.
Number 9, the shortstop, Chris.
Clark, of course, about 6'7". He'll go into the leap, but still up over the glove, and the Devil Rays play a little first and third, nobody out.
Here's Chris Gomez with runners at the corners and nobody out. Gomez, the shortstop. Frank was very fortunate to get out of that first inning unscathed. Now Tampa Bay with runners at the corners and nobody out. And he hits the batter. Raises Gomez, and this will load the bases. Didn't make too much of an effort to get out of the way of that pitch.
Batting 8, number 10, the third baseman, Jared.
Turned the shoulder in, and it looked like it just got a piece of the uniform sleeve. Certainly not painful.
You'll get hit. That's the way to do it. So the bases are loaded. Flaherty at third, Grieve at second, Gomez at first, and Jared Sandberg, the hero from last night, and a 3-run home run off Urbina for Tampa Bay to complete the 5 unanswered runs in the top of the 9th inning and capped the 5-4 victory. This is hit pretty well to left center field. Over comes Ricky Henderson, shy of the track to make the catch. Tagging and coming from third is John Flaherty with the game's first run. Tampa Bay takes the 1-0 lead.
Right toward the end of the bat for Sandberg. Fortunately for the Red Sox, it did not travel that well, but Sandberg does get the job done with the sacrifice fly. Drives in his 24th run of the season and gives the Devil Rays the 1-0 lead. Flaherty certainly staying on the bag long enough. No rush there as the ball was hit deep enough where there was going to be no play at home plate.
So Grieve remains at second base. Chris Gomez at first. And here is Carl Crawford, the rookie, up for the first time in the major leagues. Crawford coming up about a week ago, and Tampa Bay taking a look at their finest prospect in their organization. Crawford, since coming up, has hit a .214, no homers and 2 runs batted in. That's some very impressive numbers at the AAA level with the Durham Bulls, and he is still very young. He's 20 years of age and is in the major leagues, a 2nd-round pick for the Devil Rays in 1999. And he lines it up over the outstretched glove of Sanchez into right center field. Grieve will be sent around third base. The throw from Henderson goes to second, and the Devil Rays take the 2-0 lead.
Grieve had to hold at second base with the possibility of Sanchez making the catch on that. He didn't want to get doubled up, so he was heading back to the bag, but still the ball carried deep enough into the outfield where he could still score. Top spin line drive just off the top of the glove, it looked like, of Sanchez. So a big high bounce over the head of Clark, a line drive over the head of Sanchez, and the Devil Rays 2 runs on the board.
Still just 1 out with Gomez at second base. Carl Crawford at first. Top of the order, Randy Wynn. Reached on an error in the first inning. Fouls the first one off into the Boston dugout. Wynn, heading into tonight's action, is 6th in the American League in hitting at .315. Ichiro leading the AL at .358. And Ichiro has really been at the top of that list for the bulk of the year. Mike Sweeney is second. The Red Sox do not have a hitter in the top 10 right now in batting average. It's been a fine year for Randy Wynn, who batted in the 3 spot in this order, but seeing a lot more time as a leadoff man for the bulk of the season. And the miss is inside. 2-1 now to Randy Wynn. And Castillo last year pitched about 5 or 6 innings and not often got to the 7th inning. Some games pitching well, but Williams would move him off the mound after 5 or 6 innings generally last year. Joe Kerrigan as well, and sometimes it didn't matter whether it was the pitch count or not. It was sort of the MO for Frank Castillo, and this year he has hung in there a little bit longer. Pretty little leaving him in games longer. Longest outing of the year, an 8-inning event for him back on May 22nd. This is a soft flare back at third that'll land a fair ball in left. Chris Gomez coming around. He will score the 3rd run of the night for Tampa Bay on the RBI double for Randy Wynn. Up to third base goes Carl Crawford, and Tampa Bay on top 3-0.
Well, they haven't exactly been crushing the ball, but it's been very painful. Inside out swing here, a little slice up over the head of Hillenbrand. And Randy Wynn drives in another run with a double.
The second baseman.
So you mentioned it last night that the Devil Rays have been scoring more runs. They did it up in that series in Toronto. Red Sox shut them down for the best part of the night yesterday and afternoon. But a big time ninth inning, and they're off quickly again here tonight.
Andy Sheets singled his first time, and he hits this a ton to left. Up, and it is gone. A 3-run home run for Andy Sheets, and the Devil Rays are out to a 6-0 advantage. Frank Castillo got out of the first inning unscathed, but the second has been a different story.
Well, some have not been hit well, but certainly that one was by Andy Sheets. First home run of the season for Sheets. Got a cut fastball that stayed right out over the plate, and the line drive right into the Sports Authority sign above the left field wall.
Frank has thrown 37 pitches in his outing so far, and Andy Sheets with the home run is first for the Devil Rays in 2002. Here's Steve Cox. Well, Tampa Bay comes into tonight's action last in batting average at .244. They're also last in pitching in terms of earned run average at 5.17. The Red Sox 22-run attack yesterday certainly did not help Tampa Bay's earned run average as a club. But a win last night in the second game of the doubleheader, and they have jumped out early tonight on top 6-0. Red Sox have action in the pen. Casey Fossum and Willie Banks up. Banks earning the save yesterday in game 1, and Casey Fossum just up from Pawtucket.
The only reason I could think that Casey Fossum would be joined by Banks, it's going to take Fossum longer to get ready because he has been starting. And Banks would get ready a little bit quicker. That's the only reason I can see double barrel action at this stage of the ball game.
Well, the 2-2 to Cox. On the ground, Clark with the backhand. He'll use Castillo, who got over there quickly, and kind of a mock cheer goes up as the Red Sox record the second out of the inning. So 2 down. Tampa Bay is on top 6-0. We're told the Yankees are off to a fine start tonight. And there it is, 6-0 in the top of the second inning for New York. So the Red Sox trailing 6-0. The Yankees are winning 6-0 tonight. And the first one in there for a strike to Aubrey Huff, who is the 9th Ray to bat in the inning. Really fools Huff with that pitch, 1-2. Mentioned that Frank had gone 8 innings against the Chicago White Sox. He also went 8 innings against these Devil Rays in Tampa Bay. A victory for him back on May the 5th. Slice foul off the left side, still 1-2. Walks have been pretty good for Frank. He's issued 2 walks or less in 36 of his 45 starts with Boston over last year and this year. Just a little over a walk per start for Boston in 45 starts. One and 2 to Aubrey Huff. In the dirt, it evens at 2-2. Frank has gone 6 innings or more in 12 of his 19 starts this season. But a tough outing tonight so far for Frank. The 2-2 is on the ground and through the right side. The 7th hit of the night for the Devil Rays already. And they will hit around in this, the second inning, is John Flaherty will be next, but he may not be facing Frank Castillo, and he will not be facing Frank Castillo.
He's made the signal for the right-hander Willie Banks.
Well, maybe to give Casey more time to warm up.
Yeah, but I thought I saw the sign go up from Bob Kickman that Fossum was ready. I think that was after, though, that Grady Little had already made the sign for the right-hander.
So Willie Banks, who had a save yesterday coming into the game. The Devil Rays off to a terrific start on top 6-0.
The 2002 Nissan Altima. Best in its class. Best of the year. Best 2002 car on the continent. It's making a lot of people feel better about mid-size sedans. So get over to your Nissan dealer and check out the Nissan Altima. The cure for the common car. Nicely equipped at only $18,999. Nissan. Driven.
Well, that about wraps it up. Any questions? You've been awfully quiet, Bob. Bob?
Thirsty for a cold drink? Try the one-of-a-kind taste of Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee.
Bob?
The secret's out. Get 2 pounds of Dunkin' Donuts coffee in any variety for just $9.99. Available in-store and online at DunkinDonuts.com.
Back at Fenway, and a very difficult outing for Frank Castillo. He is done, but the book is not yet closed on Frank. Still responsible for Huff at first. Inning in 2/3, 7 hits, and so far 6 runs. He gives way to Willie Banks, who worked yesterday and picked up a save.
Now, 4 innings yesterday. I would only expect Banks maybe to work to one hitter here, John Flaherty. You got Grieve, the lefty, on deck, and Casey Fossum continuing to throw. And I think I was correct in saying the reason Banks and Fossum were up, Banks does not take as long to get ready because he's a relief pitcher. Fossum has been starting, and it takes him a little bit longer. But after working 4 innings yesterday, you're not going to see Willie Banks very long in this ballgame.
So 2 down. Aubrey Huff is at first. John Flaherty got this all started for Tampa Bay with a single to left field to begin things here in the top of the 2nd inning. And he scored the game's first run. Tampa Bay has come up with 5 additional runs, and they lead it 6-0. Popped up. Foul ground as Mirabelli makes his way back, but that'll be well out of his reach on the screen. Both catchers in the Boston lineup tonight. Doug Mirabelli doing the catching, and Jason Varitek, he is the DH. Told the Yankees have added to their lead. Bernie Williams with an RBI single has the Yankees on top now 7-0 over Cleveland. Now Beach Ball has come out onto the field down the right field line, so a short stoppage. Very quiet crowd here at Fenway Park, and sort of like last night in the 9th inning when Tampa Bay was able to come up with 5 unanswered runs. Very quiet here to begin the night. Good cut from Flaherty, who's down 0-2. Willie Banks, who came into yesterday's game with an 18-run advantage. And credit for the save, 4 solid innings out of the pen yesterday. Popped up foul back in our general direction and down below. Willie Banks really taking an area yesterday, being able to work 4 innings that we are accustomed to seeing Tim Wakefield or Arojo out of the Boston bullpen. Able to eat up some innings. Runner at first takes off. The 0-2 is high. No throw. Uncontested to second base goes Aubrey Huff.
Aubrey Huff picks up his 4th steal of the season. Great jump. No chance at all for Mirabelli. As a matter of fact, he won't even throw it.
Now the 1-2. Backs him off. And it evens up at 2-2 to John Flaherty. Flaherty, a Red Sox 25th round pick back in '88. Member of the Red Sox in '92 and '93. He gets a piece of it, fouling it back to the backstop. He's also been with the Tigers, the Padres, and is now in his 5th season in Tampa Bay. I remember the Red Sox traded him away in 1994 to the Tigers for catcher Rich Rowland, who spent the bulk of his career with the Pawtucket Red Sox. In the air, down the left field line towards the corner. Manny heading over, and it will twist its way foul back into the seats. Manny was the DH last night after playing left field in the first game yesterday. Back out there tonight in left. Johnny Damon with the night off. Henderson is in center and Nixon around and right. The 2-2. It's now full count. Willie wanted that one. Willie Banks trying to stop the bleeding here in the second inning as Tampa Bay has plated 6 runs in the inning. And Flaherty putting in a lengthy at bat, fouls off another.
Fonsa Mafia is now ready out in that bullpen, and I would be very surprised to see Willie Banks go more than just the one hitter in this ball game.
And the 3-2 from Banks. Popped up foul off first. Clark heading over, but he won't have a play. That's back into the seats. Willie Banks, who has found some new velocity here in 2002 in some of his outings, velocity that we had not seen before from Willie Banks. And really trying to get the final out here at the top of the second inning. Aubrey Huff at second, 2 down. On the ground towards third. Hillenbrand with it. The throw is there in plenty of time, and that'll do it. 10 men come to the plate for the Devil Rays. They score 6. We're through an inning and a half. Tampa Bay on top 6-0.
Now this is what you call a luxury box.
Call Domino's for a free order of oven-fresh Cinesticks when you buy any large one-topping pizza for $9.99. Sprinkled with cinnamon sugar and served with creamy icing, they're tough to resist. So call now, because at Domino's, we've got the dinner thing covered. Get the door. It's Domino's.
Hey! Hey!
I accidentally mugged this guy. Oh, it's the exact same wallet.
Life is best told over a great tasting Miller Lite at a place called Miller Time.
I just want to give you your wallet back, sir.
John? John, what are you doing? John? Come on, John, it's my turn to drive. Hello?
Right now, lease a Saab 9.5 Sport Wagon as low as $339 a month for 48 months. For details, see your Saab dealer.
NESN's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Citizens Bank, not your typical bank. By New England Ford. Ford is leading the way with the best-selling cars and trucks. Log on to newenglandford.com for details. And by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light. Cold down easy. Well, a very tough second inning. Tampa Bay scoring 6 times, and the Red Sox having to dig their way out of a hole here as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Well, the silver lining there is that it's happened early. The Red Sox had plenty of time to come back in this one. Jason Varitek, the designated hitter, to be followed by Shea Hillenbrand and Doug Marabelli in the inning. Joe Kennedy now posted to a 6-run advantage. Had to wait a while, but sure he didn't mind as his club came up with 6 runs for him. All the runs charged to Frank Castillo over an inning and 2/3. Frank touched for 7 hits on 6 runs, didn't walk anybody, nor did he strike anybody out. Varitek slaps it foul off the right side, 1-2.
Red Sox actually have the best record in the American League when left-handers start a game. They are 14-6 this year against left-handed starters. But they do have some work to do tonight.
As you might imagine, as Frank was chased from the game after an inning and 2/3, his shortest outing of the year. They've gone only 3 innings against Arizona back on June 7th, his previous shortest outing. Lined into right, and Varitek's got a hit. Over to plate is Ben Gree. Varitek aboard to begin things in the bottom of the second inning.
Varitek has now run his hitting streak to 10 games. A couple of Red Sox have some pretty long hitting streaks going right now. Inside-out swing there by Jason to the opposite field. Varitek was 2 for 4 in the game that he played yesterday.
Here comes Shea Hillenbrand. And the first one in there for a strike to Hillenbrand. Shea was 0 for 5 in the first game yesterday. Ended up being 2 for 4 in the nightcap, and is at .305 for the season. 13 homers and 56 runs batted in. Almost hits him. He's able to hop out of the way. 1-1.
Joe Kennedy had a 7-game suspension that he received back in a game at Sky Dome for throwing at Toronto's Ken Huckabee. Pitch sailed up over his head and was ejected from that ball game along with his manager Hal McRae.
Possibly a double play ball. Gomez to second for 1, on to first. 6-4-3, Twin killing 2 down.
Right at the shortstop, Chris Gomez. A nice little underhand flip. Those are the kind middle infielders love. The ones that are close to the bag, it doesn't demand a long throw by either middle infielder, and fairly easy to turn over the double play.
So 2 down. Here's Doug Marabelli. Doug hitting at .228, 5 homers and 14 runs batted in, getting the start tonight. And he chops one to short. Gomez is there, and Throw is high, but in time, and it's a quick inning. So leadoff base hit erased in the inning. The Red Sox at the end of 2 trail it 6-0.
Ice Premium Malt Beverage. Intelligent nightlife.
Smart move, Dave. Consolidated with Dell Power Edge servers. Highly available, highly scalable. Intel Xeon processors. Cuts costs across the board. So you're not going to miss those old servers, right?
Oh, Tony. What did you do with the old servers?
Nothing.
That's our drinking fountain, isn't it?
You mean Hydra?
Find out how you can cut costs across your enterprise. Easy as Dell. Call or go online today.
The 255 horsepower Nissan Maxima.
6-0 Tampa as we go to the top of the third. H.B. Hood is rooting for the Red Sox and kids throughout New England. Each time the Red Sox strike out an opponent, make a double play, or hit a home run at Fenway, Hood donates $100 to the Hood Home Team Advantage Fund. So far, more than $40,000 has been raised for children's hospitals all over New England.
Wow. It is a day late on Nomar's birthday, as Nomar really enjoyed it yesterday to the tune of 3 home runs. On to the top of the third inning. A new pitcher on for Boston, Casey Fossum.
Fossum just recalled from Pawtucket today. He made 3 starts in 5 games down there. Was 0-3, 3.96 ERA. His last outing on the 19th against Charlotte. 8 innings in that game and only 2 earned runs allowed. His last major league appearance against the Dodgers on June 23rd. 3 innings in that game.
Dan Grieve to lead it off as we head now to the top of the third inning. Grieve singled and scored last inning. Tampa Bay sent 10 men to the plate and scored 6 times in the second inning. Casey Fossum, who did nothing but start in his minor league career, coming up from Double-A last year, Double-A Trenton to the big leagues, came in as a reliever and was back in that capacity to begin this year, but down in Pawtucket, stretching it out a little bit, extending his outings and back to the familiar starting role for Casey, but now back to Boston out of the bullpen for now. So he strikes out Ben Grieve to open up his outing here in the top of the third inning.
One thing Fossum can do as a starting pitcher is work on his changeup, basically out of the out of the bullpen with the Red Sox, his fastball breaking ball, and as a starting pitcher down in Pawtucket, try to add that third pitch. That was a fastball to get Grieve for the strikeout.
Well, in essence, this is sort of like a start in the fact that he's going to be doing long relieving here tonight, coming on so early, as it's popped up foul off the right side.
See, my guess is Casey will make this appearance here tonight, which will end up, as you mentioned, on being like a start. Would be off for 4 days, probably sent back to AAA, and Baega would be activated. Tomorrow, Wakefield would probably be available to go back in the bullpen.
Fouled off the right side. 0-2 now to Chris Gomez.
Get a lot of shuffling and jumbling of the rosters this time of the year.
And the time is coming to the trade deadline. And certainly some wondering if the Red Sox will make a move or add a player for the stretch drive as Fossum misses, and the count is 1-2. You have a hunch one way or the other as to whether they will add anybody here before the trade deadline?
I have no idea, Don. I'm sure they're talking every day to other clubs, see if there's something they can do to improve their own team. I think probably every team in contention of either winning a division or going to a wild card is doing the same thing.
It does not appear that there is a great deal out there of great value as it is foul tipped into the catcher's mitt. It's back-to-back Ks for Casey Fossum, 2 down.
Well, as we all know, Casey's got a live fastball up over 90 miles an hour, a little bit high here, about letter high, and maybe a foul tip right into the glove of Doug Mirabelli.
So 2 down, both by way of the K, and it brings up Jared Sandberg. The nephew of Ryan Sandberg, the terrific second baseman for the Cubs. Well, one of the names that has been bandied about as a possibility, the Mets starting pitcher Al Leiter today has been taking off the trading block. He signed a 2-year extension with the Mets, sending rumors that he might be traded. Now tipped into the catcher's mitt, 1-1. The Reds acquiring Brian Moeller from the Tigers in a 5-player deal. During hours after Kenny Rogers nixed a trade. They would have sent him from Texas to Cincinnati. But all has been pretty much quiet on the trading front. Fossum has looked impressive. He struck out the first 2 hitters that he has faced and is ahead of Jared Sandberg, 1-2. Here to grab the outside corner, but Fossum doesn't get the call. 2-2.
It looked like Sandberg was heading back toward the dugout. Backdoor breaking ball, and there he goes, but maybe just to collect his thoughts.
Like it backdoored its way in right there. The 2-2 in the air to left. It's hit very well. Up, and that ball is gone. High into the screen. Sandberg with the big 3-run home run last night. Hits one here for his 9th home run of the year. And Tampa Bay leads it 7-0.
Well, Fossum does not get the call on the backdoor breaking ball. Tries another breaking ball, but this time right out over the plate. And Sandberg again with the home run. A little slider, it looked like, maybe out over the heart of the plate. And high into the screen for Jared Sandberg.
Here's Carl Crawford shortening up the show bunt and taking strike 1.
Carl wasn't going to bunt there, was he? With 2 outs and 7-0 lead. I know it's early in the game, but with the 2 outs, you try to get in scoring position.
Tampa Bay on top 7-0. At what point do you then not bunt as far as baseball lore goes in your eyes?
Well, in this particular at bat, I would not bunt. I know it's still early in the ball game, but 2 outs, and you know, obviously trying to hit a double or get in a scoring position. Later on in the game, if it's 7-0, you don't even think about it.
0-2, and it misses. 1-2 now to Crawford. Casey Fossum, the 3rd pitcher used already tonight for the Boston Red Sox. We're in the 3rd inning. One hopper at Nomar at short, and that'll do it. Tampa Bay adds a run to their collection. A home run by Jared Sandberg has the Devil Rays on top 7-0.
Flying to the Washington area for business? When you choose from any of Southwest Airlines' 20 daily nonstops to Baltimore Washington International, you can receive double credit by booking your flight on Southwest.com. Get a free ticket after you fly just 4 round trips.
You are now free to move about the country. Die Hard Express, only at Sears Auto Center. We use the latest technology to diagnose the problem. And if you need a new battery, we'll install one in 30 minutes or less, guaranteed. Die Hard Express, only at Sears Auto Center. Sears, where else?
The 255 horsepower Nissan Maxima.
NESN's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac, ask about it at work, and by Pepsi, the joy of Pepsi. Really moved to the bottom of the third inning. Tampa Bay on top 7-0, out hitting the Red Sox 8-2. 2 home runs for the Devil Rays. Andy Sheets with a 3-run home run, and Jared Sandberg with a solo shot.
Batting 8 for the Red Sox.
Tony Clark, Ray Sanchez, and Ricky Henderson to bat in the inning. And a nice sign, of course, for Ned Martin. And moment of silence here tonight, as you might imagine, at Fenway Park. Prior to the national anthem, and a very nice tribute to Ned with a lot of his amazing calls over the years here. Played on the video board for Red Sox fans here at Fenway Park tonight, and I understand there is some news of the arrangements for Ned Martin.
Yeah, service arrangements been completed by the family. They take place Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock in the residence of Clarksville, Virginia. Barbara Martin, Ned's wife of 52 years, will be joined by son Raleigh, daughters Caroline and O'Hara. In lieu of flowers, the family has requested that donations may be sent to the Red Sox Foundation at Fenway Park, Boston, Mass. 02215 to benefit the Jimmy Fund.
Clark swings away and sends it towards right center field. Randy Wynn gets back and misplays it. Falls in front of him, and into second base goes Tony Clark. Tough time of night here with this type of sky, and Randy Wynn appears to have lost it somewhere in the sky.
Twilight at Fenway Park, and it is a problem at times for infielders and outfielders. If you take your eye off the ball at all, it is very, very difficult to pick up, and their Win really not even close to it. Apparently did not see it at all. He's heading back in a direction where he thought maybe that ball would land, but it landed about 10 feet in front of him. Now, if we were in Tampa Bay, we would say that ball hit a catwalk, but no catwalks here at Fenway.
I was looking for a catwalk, though. It got me once. There's Ray Sanchez. Ray batting for the first time tonight, 311, a home run, 23 runs batted in. He swings away, down 0-2. Told the Indians had picked up 5 runs, but New York with a 10-5 advantage over Cleveland. They're just in the bottom of the second inning. That one's a wild one so far tonight. Kennedy glancing out at second base, and the 0-2. And Sanchez strikes out on 3 pitches. First strikeout of the night for Joe Kennedy.
Looked like a changeup that time from Kennedy to pick up the strikeout. Changeup down and away from Sanchez.
Ricky Henderson.
Back up to the top of the order for Ricky Henderson. Ricky lined to left his first time, 0 for 1 tonight. Tampa Bay scoring 6 times in the second, a run in the third, on top 7-0. Tony Clark's at second, the 1-0. Well, 2-0 to Ricky. Red Sox and Devil Rays have a game left in this 4-game series. And Pedro Martinez gets the start here tomorrow night in the final game of the series. Luis De Los Santos goes for Tampa Bay. And then Baltimore will be in over the weekend. Look at Pedro, who will be working here tomorrow night. Rojo, Burkett, and then Lowe in the 3 games against Baltimore over the weekend. And then it is off to the West Coast again. The Red Sox will be heading to Anaheim and back across the country to Texas before returning home. And that's a tough trip for the Red Sox out west. And gain a few hours coming back to Texas, but still kind of a lengthy trip, even though it's only a 2-city stop.
Actually, you lose a few hours going to Texas. We'll arrive there after a night game in Anaheim, probably about 5:30 in the morning, and play that night in about 110-degree weather.
That's right. I'm adding hours. You lose hours. Ricky makes his way down to first base. 2 on, 1 out. Let's check into the NESN studio. Bob?
All right, Donnie, wild game going on in Cleveland. The Yankees score 5 in the first, 5 in the second, highlighted by Nick Johnson's 13th home run of the season. But in the bottom of the second, Cleveland has scored 6 times, and they're still batting. It's 10-6.
Well, bad news, good news, I guess, as Cleveland working their way back in that one. The Red Sox trying to work their way back into this one as they trail 7-0. Anderson at first, Clark at second, 1 down. And Nixon, who singled his first time up. That's been hot over the last 9 games, 14 for 33. Wheeler for the strike. Trot, tell by his reaction, did not agree right away. 1-1. So far, the Red Sox have been held to 3 hits, 1 in each inning so far as they bat here in the third. Nixon now down 1-2. He'll take a little walk. Collect his thoughts. Joe Kennedy with a strikeout and a walk in his outing, both coming in this inning. And of course, pitching with the lead tonight for Tampa Bay. All the way, Flaherty's got a sprawl to his left, 2-2. Got the hockey mask style of catcher's mask going. One area catchers talk about is the area down by their shoe tops as a visibility problem with that mask. If you go down, the bottom of it goes right into your chest. This is grounded back up the middle, snared off the glove of Gomez, and everybody's going to be safe. Good bid by the Tampa shortstop. All he could do is knock it down. Nixon reaches with his second hit, and the bases are loaded.
Now Nixon trying to stay away from the strikeout, just reaching out, punching the ball up the middle. Well, Gomez saves a run by knocking it down. That ball away from Nixon, reaches out, the ground ball, the dive, knocks it down, and the base is loaded for the Red Sox.
Here's Nomar. 397 with the bases loaded, 4 grand slams. Part of the 3 home run attack yesterday for Nomar consisted of a grand slam, his 4th career. Up and away, and it's now 2-0. Kennedy in the first jam of his outing. Couple of hits and a walk. led to the bases loaded here for the Red Sox with one out. 3-0 to Nomar. Manny Ramirez waits on deck.
Well, the fans, for the first time into the game, they realize they have the guys coming to the plate that can quickly get the Red Sox back in the game.
Al is all too aware of that. And Omar taking all the way, takes strike one, 3-1.
Omar had a home run on a 3-0 pitch yesterday in game one. First time this year he had swung at a 3-0 pitch.
Bases loaded and the 3-1. Nomar fights it off, foul off the right side, full count. The Red Sox have played with the home run ball. 12 home runs in the last 3 games. And 28 home runs over the last 17 games. Bases loaded, one out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nomar grounds it into center field. From third comes Tony Clark. Ricky's coming around. Nomar drives in a pair, and the Red Sox are on the board.
With the 2 RBIs, Nomar now tied for the league lead in RBI with Alex Rodriguez at 83. Hot ground ball up the middle. And with the bases loaded, the Red Sox score 2 runs, get on the board, a 7-2 game, and Garciaparra tied for the league lead and runs batted in.
Jackie Brown, the pitching coach, out there for Tampa Bay to talk to Joe Kennedy. Tampa Bay with the 7-0 advantage. The Red Sox have gotten 2 back and looking for some more with still only 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Manny Ramirez at .354 against lefties, leading all active players as he stands in to face the tall left-hander Joe Kennedy. Nixon at second, Garciaparra at first, and 1 out. And Kennedy, who started off behind Nomar, does the same against Ramirez. The 1-0. Big cut from Manny. Swinging for the downs, 1-1. Ramirez was 3 for 6 yesterday in the first game. 2 home runs. Now with 16 on the season for Ramirez. Came back in the nightcap and got a hit. Went 1 for 5. Combined to drive in 7 over the course of the doubleheader here yesterday. Down low, 2-1 now to Manny. Kennedy really breezed through the first 2 innings, giving up a single in each inning. But out of the second with a double play, but this inning has been different. 3 hits and a walk. The Red Sox have plated a pair. Manny in the driver's seat now. Kennedy with the 3-1. Ramirez hits it high towards left center field. Up, and that will grab some wall. Nixon will score from second. It's a wall ball RBI double for Manny Ramirez, and the Red Sox now trail 7-3 as the inning continues.
sure the Red Sox very, very confident that they can get some help from the pitching the rest of the way and shut down the Devil Rays. They can come back to win this game. Ramirez, a low fastball about halfway up the left field wall, picks up his 55th RBI. As Nixon comes around, a 7-3 ball game. Kennedy is pitching this inning like he's behind 7-0 instead of ahead 7-0.
Here's Varitek, who singled to right his first time. 1 for 1 tonight. And out after the first one, fouled off the right side. Mason very quietly with a 10-game hitting streak and hitting at .424 over those 10 games. Up the middle and into center field. From third comes Nomar. Manny will be stopped at third. It's an RBI single for Jason Varitek, and the Red Sox very much back into this one. Now 7-4 Tampa Bay.
Well, this may not be a day-night doubleheader, but we're going to be here a while, it looks like, tonight. The only guy that had a chance at this was Kennedy himself. It gets by him up the middle, and another run for the Red Sox. And we're starting to see some movement down in the bullpen for the Devil Rays.
So Varitek has 2 hits. There's the movement in the bullpen that you spoke of. Jesus Colome is up in the pen. Hard throwing right-hander that we have seen before. Been up and down the season with the Durham Bulls. The runners at the corners. Shea Hillenbrand grounded into a double play his first time in the second inning. Marks the 8th member of the Red Sox to bat in the inning. And now represents the tying run as he bats with 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. This is foul off the right side. 0-2 to Hillenbrand.
Red Sox hitters do not have a lot of at-bats against Kennedy. They've only faced him a couple of times. But they are looking a little better the second time through.
Comes in with 5 wins on the year, 5-8. The 0-2. Shea gets a piece, fouling it back, still 0-2. I wonder how much that has come into play, that they've not faced him a lot and now making adjustments second time through the lineup.
Being left-handed too, they've not seen a lot of lefties, and I think the most anybody in the lineup tonight has against him is 3 at-bats before this game tonight.
A little pop-up right side. Sheets coming on, drops, waits, and now he'll have to apply a tag on Varitek for the out.
Now, why wouldn't Sheets have thrown the first base to get the out?
And then recorded the double play?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was expecting more to happen, like maybe somebody would run from third and Manny, but it never happened.
Yeah, he was very concerned about Ramirez at third base. There's the little pop-up that's going to drop in front of him. Now, it seems to me, if at this point he throws the first, he's got that out, and then they tag Varitek for the double play.
And the inning would have been over. Right. So Hillenbrand reaches on the fielder's choice. Varitek out 4 unassisted, and runners at the corners. Mirabelli, who has had a terrific time of it at home from a production standpoint. 11 of his 14 RBIs have come right here at Fenway Park. Mirabelli, the 9th member of the Red Sox to bat in the inning. And a big cut has him in the hole, 0-2. Red Sox have scored 4 runs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Rolling away, and it's now 1-2. Mirabelli collecting 2 hits here last night. Was 2 for 4 with a double. 3 runs batted in. Doug has 20 hits on the season, and 9 of the 20 hits have been for extra bases. 4 doubles and 5 home runs. Pops it up. Mile high in the infield, right side for Andy Sheets. A stride in on the infield grass, and he'll make the catch. So that does it, but the Red Sox send 9 men to the plate, score 4 times. We played 3 from Fenway, 7-4 Tampa Bay.
When the Sox need the W, they turn to W. Uge Thurbina.
Struck him out.
Friends and fans call him Oogie. Opposing hitters have other names for him. He's always pumped up to punch hitters
Swung
out.
on and missed. He struck him out.
How do the Sox spell relief? When they want the W, they go with W.
Over the outside corner, he struck him out.
Friday, the Sox take on the Orioles at Fenway. Coverage begins at 6:30 only on NESN.
Stay tuned after every game on NESN for Extra Innings, NESN's expanded post-game show. And recap the game with studio hosts Bob Rogers and Jim Corsi, field reporter Tom Carrot, and broadcasters Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy. You'll get live, exclusive manager interviews and locker room reactions, fewer phone calls, and some pretty surprising post-game guests. After the last inning, the action's just beginning with Extra Innings on NESN. It's the year to be here, and you can't say we didn't tell you.
NESN's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Miller Lite. Life is best told at a place called Miller Time. By Applebee's. Applebee's Neighborhood Grill and Bar. Eating good in the neighborhood Applebee's. And by Cadillac. Bold vehicles defying convention. Cadillac breakthrough. Oh, a very productive bottom of the 3rd inning in which the Red Sox scored 4 times and are back within 3. It's now 7-4 Tampa Bay as we prepare for the top of the 4th inning. We welcome in the wife of Derek Lowe. Trinka Lowe joins us here as we move to the 4th, and we'll be talking about the charity in which the wives are involved with this season as we move to the 4th. Trinka, welcome back. We had you last year for the cookbook event, and
yes,
you're back again this season with another event.
Yes, we are back to remind everyone that this weekend, the 27th and 28th, we're conducting the Red Sox Wife Can and Cash Food Drive. Bring in your canned goods, non-perishables, or if you would rather give a cash donation, we'll also be taking those this weekend. And we'll be starting hour and a half before the game when the gates open on both days.
1-1 is sent in the air to center field. Ricky heading back, and this one's going to carry very well back to the triangle. Henderson plays it off the wall, and it is a leadoff double for Randy Wynn, who hits it a ton to center field, his 2nd hit of the night.
Randy Wynn now with 31 doubles on the season. That puts him 4th in the league, behind Nomar Garciaparra in that category. Randy was thinking about a triple, but with nobody out in the inning, stops at second base. You don't want to make that first out at 3rd. So the Red Sox put runs on. Back come the Devil Rays. Now there will be folks stationed at all the entrances of the ballpark, right, on Saturday and Sunday?
Right. I believe at every gate there'll be a couple of the wives out there with members also from the food bank. The Greater Boston Food Bank will come in and help us take the donations, and we'll be out there both days. And we really hope that everyone will contribute this year. It's so important. They serve close to 58,000 people a week, I believe. So, and they really, really need the donations during the summer, because a lot of the children that are in school and get free lunches or help with lunch during the school year, summertime is a very hard time for them. And the food bank really helps them out a lot during the summers.
This is the 11th year that this is going on, and it's been very successful. The Red Sox and Red Sox players' wives have done a terrific job with this, and hopefully come out again this year, make your donations, bring those non-perishables, and make somebody very happy.
Yes. Make us happy, and all the kids and families who the food bank serves each day.
And reading about it, we knew you were going to be joining us tonight. It amazed me how many people that the food bank actually reaches.
Mm-hmm.
As you mentioned, the children in the schools and everywhere that it does go. Now, it's not only cans that people can bring as well. They can actually make donations of cash here, I understand, as well.
You can make cash donations, yes. And we are, this year we've got some cards that we're having the guys sign. I brought one up. This is the Pedro one. And they're this size. And if you donate $5 or bring in 5 food items, well, we're trying to get the guys to sign all of these. There's a limited number, so whoever gets there first gets them. And you can't pick who you get, you just get one. But the players and coaches are signing them, so we'll be giving these out for either a $5 donation or at least 5 non-perishable items.
You don't try to get them to sign them, you make them sign.
That's right. I warned Derek. I said, you're going to get a big stack of cards, and you need to sign them.
How early will you guys be out in front of the gates, and when can fans come to first bring their stuff?
Saturday, we will be out at 3:35, and Sunday at 11:35. So pretty much as soon as they open the gates, I believe we'll be out there.
You know, we do want to clarify some of the foods that you can bring, and the list of perishables.
Tuna fish, peanut butter, rice, beans, cereal, anything that's non-perishable, canned vegetables and fruits, and something that's, you know, somewhat healthy. Because if this is the only meal that you may be getting for a while, you want to make sure it's not, you know, it's something substantial. So those would be great.
Andy Sheets strikes out for the first out here of the 4th inning. Randy Wynn still at second base with now 1 away, and then we'll bring up Steve Cox.
3 strikeouts for Casey Fossum since coming into the game in the 3rd inning. Well, how do you like it? Do you prefer relieving or starting?
Starting.
Well, I have to say on behalf of all of us that it had to be tough for you last season with Derek, but I think as we know Derek well, that it appears it must be an easier guy to be around perhaps this season, and certainly I think all Red Sox fans very happy with what he's been able to accomplish this season and come back so strong.
Yeah, he actually is always pretty easy to be around, believe it or not. He doesn't bring all those bad things home. He's a good guy to be around, but I'm so proud of him this year, and I'm so happy for him because he worked so hard. He started in October, literally last year, and did not let up and didn't, you know.
Randy Wynn takes off for 3rd, and he's gunned down by Mirabelli. Nice throw from Doug Mirabelli. No right-handed hitter to get in the way of Doug, and he made the good throw to retire Randy Wynn.
With the 7-4 lead, taking a chance on getting the 3rd base with the 1 out and getting to where they could score on a ground ball or a fly ball to the outfield. But as you mentioned, Don, a little bit easier for the catcher with that left-handed batter in there. No obstacle to throw around, and a perfect throw by Mirabelli to get Wynn at 3rd base.
Steve Cox takes one inside. It's now 1-2. We're talking with Trinka Lowe about the can and cash drive the Red Sox wives involved in this season, and we talked about the cookbook last year and what a great event that was. They still got the cookbook. Cox strikes out. Trinka Lowe, thank you very much and good luck over the weekend.
Thank you very much, and everybody bring your canned goods out. Don't forget them. Put them in the car today so you won't forget.
Red Sox trailing 7-4 as we head now to the 4th.
The first major advance for the fastest treatment of athlete's foot is Lamisil AT. Lamisil AT is the first non-prescription medicine proven to kill the fungus with just 1 week's use.
Not even a prescription can beat that.
Lotrimin AF and Tinactin still expect you to treat for 4 weeks. Who's going to do that?
When your feet itch and burn, using Lamisil AT 1 week keeps you athlete's foot free 3 months.
Lamisil AT. There's no better way to cure athlete's foot.
introducing McDonald's new grilled chicken flatbread sandwich. Warm flatbread and grilled chicken melted all together with pepper jack cheese. It's the newest sensation.
Ford authorized clearance. Now get 0% financing for up to 60 months. That's 0% on the vehicles that'll rock your world. Like Ford Explorer, the #1 selling SUV on the planet. F-150, the #1 selling truck for 25 straight years. Focus, one of Car and Driver's 10 best. And Taurus, with the government's highest safety rating. 0% Ford authorized clearance now.
Back at Fenway Park, the Red Sox trailed at 1 point tonight by a score of 7-0 as Tampa Bay get out of the gate very early tonight in a big third inning that saw them score 6 runs. Andy Sheets with a big 3-run blow into the screen in left for Sheets, his first home run of 2002. And Tampa Bay had worked their way up to a 7-0 advantage, but Red Sox have come back. They score 4 times in the bottom of the third. Omar Garciaparra with a single and 2 RBIs. He also scored a run. Frank Castillo chased after an inning and 2/3, his shortest outing of the year, giving up 6 runs. And Joe Kennedy over 3 innings has given up 4 earned runs as he returns to the mound and deals with the Red Sox in the bottom of the 4th inning. Tony Clark carves it foul back to the backstop. Tony doubled his first time. And the 0-1 misses outside. Well, very nice of Trinkalo to stop by and to talk about the events that will be going on here over the weekend outside. And we'll be talking about this much more. The Can and Cash drive that the Red Sox Wives charity doing over the weekend here at Fenway. And they've really done some terrific work here over the years. And Jerry mentioned the 11th season that the Wives have combined to be involved in this charity with the food bank this season. As it's popped up. Foul off the right side. It's now 2-2 to Clark. The 11th year the Red Sox Wives have been holding a Can and Cash drive, and over 30,000 has been collected. And again, you can bring your canned tuna fish, peanut butter, canned fruits and vegetables to Fenway Park over the weekend. The payoff pitch. Tony reaches out, sends it to right, and this will find its way onto the lawn. Tony Clark with his second hit of the night. He's 2 for 2, and the Red Sox have the lead man on. Time now for the Aflac trivia question. In Red Sox history, what 2 teammates have each homered in the same game the most times? We'll have the answer for you in the next half inning.
That's an interesting question.
That one's going to be tough. I have a feeling there's an unexpected answer. Sanchez turns on this and rips it foul back into the grandstand.
I am told that Manny and Nomar have done it 5 times. Well, there have been a lot of combinations throughout the years.
What about a Rice-Lynn combination?
Yeah.
Ray Sanchez, a strikeout victim his first time, goes the opposite way into right field. Up to second goes Tony Clark. The Red Sox have really enjoyed their second time through against Joe Kennedy.
And Hal McRae's not enjoying this at all. He's going out. He's going to not give him a chance to get a win in this game. He's going to the bullpen.
Jesus Colomé, who's been up really since last inning, got up for the first time as the Red Sox sent 9 men to the plate and scored 4 times. And he's coming to get the ball from Joe Kennedy, who seems very surprised that Hal's taking the baseball from him at this early juncture in the 4th. But the Red Sox with the first 2 men on here in the bottom of the 4th inning and nobody out. Colomé making his way in at 7-4 Tampa Bay.
Vibe, the evolutionary malt beverage infused with natural flavors. Different grooves, one vibe.
The 255 horsepower Nissan Maxima.
Back at Fenway, the Devil Rays on top 7-4. We'll take a look at the Affleck trivia question. In the Red Sox history, what two teammates have each homered in the same game the most times? And that may be Fred Lynn and Jim Rice. Actually, Dwight Evans and Jim Rice, 56 times. 74 through 89. A terrific combination. And that makes much more sense, actually, if you think about the length of time that Dwight Evans spent here, as well as Jim Rice. The Red Sox will face a new pitcher now as Kennedy leaves the game after 3+ innings. Gives up 2 hits to begin things here in the bottom of the 4th inning. He's been touched for 4 runs so far. The book not yet closed on the tall left-hander, and he gives way to Jesus Colome.
Just recently recalled from AAA Durham. He's been in 8 games since returning. Has a couple of losses. Called up on June 25th. Total of 11 innings. He was really struggling early in the season. Sent down to the minor leagues. As a matter of fact, when he was sent down, lefties had a .583 batting average against him. That's the highest among major league pitchers. Last season, lefties only hit .188. So something happened between last year, the offseason, and his struggles this season.
He's off the backside of the mound as he prepares to face Ricky Henderson. In the midst of a meeting with himself, with runners at first and second and nobody out. Ricky walked his last time up and came around to score Boston's 2nd run after lining out sharply to the Devil Rays left fielder in the 1st inning. Kind of a slinging action from the right-hander as he misses inside.
Yeah, he's tall, he's thin, wiry, but throws very hard. 94 miles an hour with that last fastball.
This is again 95 that time, 2-0.
Kennedy looked stunned when Hal McRae was out there to take the baseball from him. It's had a 7-0 lead. It's 7-4. First 2 guys get on. I don't think you should be that stunned that the manager's had enough.
Tying run coming to the plate with nobody out. Looked very, very surprised. 3-0 now to Ricky. Colome is a wiry 6'2", 205 pounds from San Pedro de Macorís. Try that again. Same thing as de Macorís of the Dominican Republic. Came from the Oakland A's along with Cash, part of the Jim Messier and Todd Bielitz deal. And he gets that one in there for a strike. It's up with the Devil Rays on 2 occasions last year. And ended up the year 2-3 in 30 appearances out of the bullpen for Hal McRae. The 3-1. Ricky grounds it towards shortstop. Gomez to second for 1, on to first. Off the glove of Cox. Coming in from third is Tony Clark. And that ball ends up in the dugout, and they will award second base to Ricky Henderson. Trying to keep it from the dugout was Cox. He had to get up and run over in that direction, but it makes its way in, and Henderson up to second. It's now a 2-run game as Clark scores, and it's 7-5.
Sanchez, give him credit. He went into second base. He got a piece of Andy Sheets, and that may have helped cause that wild throw to first base. Looked like it was going to be a routine ground ball, double play, and then all of a sudden here comes Sanchez. Sheets across the bag. There's the slide. takes him out, and the throw's a little bit wild. It gets by Steve Cox, rolls into that Red Sox dugout. And everybody advances a base.
They charge Sheets with the error. The second baseman, no RBI on the play. Henderson at second base. And here is Nixon. Trot is 2 for 2 tonight with a pair of singles. Two 2-0 now to Trot. Red Sox at one point trailing 7-0. Scored 4 times in the third inning. They've collected a run here in the fourth. And a strike over the outside corner, 2-1. Well, the Red Sox really over the course of the year have had some healthy deficits to come back from. They've erased a lot of those deficits. You don't have to go too far to find some of them. Just look at this past weekend in New York. This has been the never say die offense for the Red Sox. The 2-1. Nixon chops it right side softly. Sheets with a high hop, underhanded, and in time. On to third goes Ricky with now 2 down.
Number 5, the shortstop,
Nomar singled his last time up and drove in the Red Sox first 2 runs of the night. 33 2-out RBIs to lead the Red Sox. Nomar pops it up foul off the right side. Out after the first pitch from Jesus Colome. Again off the right side, and Nomar down 0-2.
That fastball at 97 miles an hour by Colome.
Imagine it's tough on righties with that slinging action as well.
Yeah, slings it up to home plate. Looks like he's about 15 years old, doesn't he?
He does. Very wiry, but he can throw hard. Look at Henderson at third in the 0-2. Popped up, foul off first. Cox heading over towards the Boston dugout, and one of the play. Did get some help from the opposition as he moved over to the top step. As it kicked up off the top of the dugout.
Got some help only when they realized he had no chance to make the play. Right to the top step. Everybody knows here he can't make the play. It's going to be on the dugout, and then they try to protect him from hurting himself.
The 0-2 to Nomar. Slices it foul off the right side. Really fought that pitch off. Ricky Henderson at third with 2 outs in the inning. The 0-2. Again fights it off on the ground towards the Boston dugout. Well, we have seen 12 runs here so far combined between the two clubs. We're in the 4th inning. The Yankees and Indians have 18 runs as they play in the 3rd inning. The Yankees are on top there 12-6. Red Sox trying to come all the way back from a 7-run deficit. Nomar fans to retire the side. Ricky's left at third, but the Red Sox pick up another run. We have played 4 from Fenway, 7-5 Tampa Bay.
All spring you work to get your lawn thick and green, and then along comes summer and the brown patches. Hi, I'm Ashton Ritchie with the Scotts Company. Don't just blame the summer heat. It's also insects, bugs you can't even see, eating your lawn alive. The solution? New Scotts Turf Builder with Summer Guard. It eliminates lawn-damaging insects. Plus, it greens up your lawn with a special summer fertilizer made for even the hottest months. New Scotts Turf Builder with Summer Guard. Put it down this weekend for your best summer lawn ever. Guaranteed.
Ignition and liftoff.
The 255 horsepower Nissan Maxima.
I will tell you about my Get Out of Nebraska shirt. I was at a thrift store in Wayne, Nebraska, and I stumbled upon this incredibly gaudy orange striped shirt that I thought was hideous at the time, and I wore it out to the bar, and all my friends said, hey man, if you wear that shirt, you're gonna have to leave Nebraska. You can't wear that shirt here. It sort of just, you know, I don't know, it fueled me to get out of Nebraska and come to the big town here. So it's still like my favorite shirt. I wear it all the time.
NESN's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Miller Lite. Life is best told at a place called Miller Time. And by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. 4 done from Fenway. It's been an eventful evening that saw Tampa Bay run out to a 7-0 advantage. Well, the Red Sox have chipped away with 4 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and we move to the 5th. It's a 2-run affair now with the Devil Rays on top 7-5. The hits are even, and so are the number of errors. Both clubs with a miscue, and Casey Fossum back out there for the 5th. Aubrey Huff is 1 for 2 and moves away from that pitch. Red Sox have used Frank Castillo, who was chased after just an inning and 2/3 tonight. Castillo giving up the runs to Tampa Bay. Actually 6 of the 7 runs, I should say. 1 of the runs charged to Casey Fossum, the home run by Jarrett Sandberg. So the line on Castillo, inning and 2/3, 7 hits, 6 runs. He didn't walk anybody, nor did he strike anybody out. Willie Banks went a third of an inning, retiring the only hitter he faced, and Fossum has been on since the 3rd. In there for the strike, and it's now 2-2 to Aubrey Huff.
Well, the job when you come in long relief is to try to keep the opposition down as long as you possibly can, give your team a chance to get back in. That's exactly what has happened here. Fossum allowing the 1 run on the home run by Sandberg, but the Red Sox have battled back for 5.
Huff stays alive, fouling it back above us. Aubrey Huff, another homegrown player for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. A 5th-round pick back in 1998. First position player drafted by the Devil Rays to see big league time with Tampa Bay. Last year in his rookie year in Tampa Bay, spent all but 22 days with the Devil Rays, the rest of the time with Durham. That was really to begin the year last year. This is outside, and Fossum walks Aubrey Huff to begin the 5th inning. The first walk relinquished by Casey Fossum.
Number 6, the catcher, John.
So Fossum walks Huff here to begin things in the 5th. And that's just the first walk tonight given up by Red Sox pitching. Here's John Flaherty, singled and scored in the 2nd inning, grounded out in the 2nd inning as well, batting twice. As Tampa Bay batted around as part of their 6-run 3rd inning. Aubrey Huff held on by Clark at first as the 0-1 misses. Don Flaherty came over to Tampa Bay from the San Diego Padres for Andy Sheets, who's now back with Tampa Bay. Sheets in his third stint with Tampa Bay, playing second base tonight, and a big part of this game tonight, a big 3-run home run for the Devil Rays. Flaherty wearing the number 6. Or the number 23 formally, but he changed back to number 6 on the 20th of June as this is sent to right center field. Henderson is there. And there's the first out of the 5th. Let's check in with Tom Caron. Tom.
Don, thanks. We're here with the Somerville Roadrunners who have taken a break from their grueling training schedule. And we've got a familiar face in the crowd here. Bob Gamera, longtime sportscaster in Boston. Still love coming to see the Red Sox.
Nothing like it. The people are getting their money's worth tonight. Really, the wave and everything else. And a little reverse from last night, maybe.
Oh, no question about that. Now, you've been the voice of the Yankees. You've anchored different stations here in Boston. People see you. They still remember you most for candle pins for cash. Is that right?
That's right. And all of Jerry Remy's relatives and friends won a lot of money. He could send some drinks over to the bleachers because he used to watch it all the time, too.
There you go. We got to do the wave here as we throw it back upstairs, guys.
And a check swing foul. I finally got to see the Tom Caron commercial in its entirety. And I'm still curious as to, in that commercial, that Tom is with a number of different people, but I don't think they got the number of pictures that Tom has actually taken during the course of the season. He has been involved in many group shots. As Grieve is the hitter with one out and is fouled off.
Well, Bob Gamera, it's been a long time since we've seen him.
Yes, it is.
Have we run the commercial yet tonight for
I've not seen it, but I'm sure it'll run 18 more times before the end of the game. It's in his contract first to have the commercial and then to have it run constantly throughout the night. The 0-2 to Grieve gets away from Marabelli, and heading for second is Aubrey Huff. He'll get there easily standing.
Probably go as a wild pitch, I would think, against Casey Fossum.
It is indeed. Grieve carves it foul, and it's still 2-2. Casey Fossum likes to go off the backside of that mound a lot. We've seen it quite a bit oftentimes after every pitch.
He likes to go to the mouth, and of course to do that you have to go back off the mound and then wipe that off on your uniform.
That would beg one to wonder as it's strike 3 to Grieve, already the 5th K for Casey Fossum. If you are to go to the mouth and then you have to wipe it off, what good does it do?
Just a nervous habit, I would believe. Here's the breaking ball to pick up the strikeout outside corner. Fossum now with 5 strikeouts since coming into the ball game.
Here's Chris Gomez, the shortstop for Tampa Bay. He's been hit by a pitch and has struck out tonight. You notice at the bottom of your screen, Tim Wakefield will be joining Jim Corsi and Bob Rogers, part of extra innings after the ball game. There's a look at Wake down in the Red Sox dugout, I think, right now. The 1-0 turned on to left field, hit pretty well. Heading back is Manny. He'll have to play it off the wall. Aubrey Huff comes in. The throw to second base going to be close and in time, but the run will count. As the out comes after the run scores, Tampa Bay picks up another run, but Manny throwing out Chris Gomez at second base to end the inning. Tampa Bay gets another run. They're on top 8-5.
When you can find a locksmith and tell your friends you're running late. When you can find the words to open a door, all with a calling plan starting at $19.99 a month. That's M-Life from AT&T Wireless. Stop by or call 1-800-IMAGINE today.
As my friend Sergio from Rio says.
Excuse me, did you say Sergio? From Rio.
Yes?
Your darkish, lightish hair? About this high? Heavy set, thin guy?
You know Sergio?
Yes.
Come join Wait. Let's go see Sergio.
Smirnoff Ice Premium Malt Beverage. Intelligent nightlife.
The 2002 Nissan Altima. Best in its class. Best of the year. Best 2002 car on the continent. It's making a lot of people feel better about midsize sedans. So get over to your Nissan dealer and check out the Nissan Altima. The cure for the common car. Nicely equipped at only $18,999. Nissan. Driven.
ESPN News, your source for sports, with the enhanced bottom line that's always on, letting you know what's ahead. Scores, stats, highlights, news conferences, analysis, and more. It's ESPN News on NESN.
8-5 as we go to the bottom of the fifth. It's the year to be here, and now's your time to make your plans to be at Fenway as the Red Sox take on the Athletics on August 6th, 7th, and 8th. For tickets, call 617-4824-SOX. So log on to redsox.com.
Well, Manny Ramirez with his second outfield assist of the season. You got to go back to April 30th for the first one.
Another run for the Devil Rays as it caroms right off the top of the padding. Ramirez one hop into Sanchez, but you can clearly see the run scores before the tag at second base. So the Devil Rays get one back and now have the 3-run lead.
Number 24, the left fielder, Manny Ramirez.
And Manny will lead it off. Tampa Bay picking up a run in the top half of this inning to take a 3-run lead on top 8-5. Manny's 1 for 2. His double drove in a run back in the third inning. Manny's music appears to be changing. Kind of a salsa music earlier in the year. And it sounds like maybe, as we mentioned earlier, Carlos Baerga in charge of picking the music. And Carlos maybe got a little bored with what he had chosen for Manny earlier in the year. So he's mixing it up a little bit. Carlos is not only in charge of the music in which the players come up to the plate listening to, but much of what is heard in the clubhouse.
And hopes to be coming off the disabled list as early as tomorrow.
The 0-1 to Ramirez. A one-hopper off the glove of Sheets. Still has time and throws out Manny.
Well, that was a bullet by Ramirez. One shot in between hop that Andy Sheets is able to knock down, and because it was hit so hard, he still had plenty of time to get Ramirez at first base. Inside out swing, a lot of spin on that ball, but even on the outfield grass, still able to throw out Ramirez at first base.
Here's Varitek, who's 2 for 2 with a run driven in tonight. Now 35 RBIs on the season. Red Sox giving up 6 runs in the second inning to Tampa Bay. It ties a season high for runs per inning by an opponent. May 26th against the Yankees in a 14-5 loss. And June 1st against the Yankees in the 9th as part of a 10-2 loss to New York. So it's the third time in the year that an opponent has done that. Red Sox have won 23 of their last 29 games against Tampa Bay. They, of course, began this year winning the first 9. A strike in there to Varitek, 3-1. In the hands, and Jason's able to get a piece. Full count. Colome coming on last inning in relief of Joe Kennedy, the starter tonight for Tampa Bay. Kennedy left after 3+, giving up 9 hits in the 5 runs the Red Sox have. Right back at Colome, able to knock it down on the backhand. And wow, he threw a bullet to first base.
Oh, my.
Oh.
If I was Steve Cox, I would be walking in there right now and saying, Jesus, take a little bit off on that throw to first base. He's only about 20 feet away, and watch this bullet. Yow.
He could have killed him. Oh! Wow.
Somebody down at first base was yelling.
I think it was Baerga actually from the dugout because he was up on the top step. Yes.
Well, that's nasty.
Wow. Talk about being handcuffed. Carlos still heading out in his direction with some words. Here's Shea Hillenbrand. Shea is 0 for 2 tonight. He's grounded out twice. It's 1-1. As you mentioned, Carlos Baerga probably back tomorrow. It would make sense that maybe Casey Fossen would head back down again and continue to start in Pawtucket. This is laced, but right at Chris Gomez, who makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3 fifth inning for Jesus Colome. We played 5 from Fenway. 8-5 Tampa Bay.
Next time you think about going to Florida, think Southwest Airlines. Right now, it's only $49 from Providence or Manchester to anywhere we fly in Florida when you purchase by August 1st.
You are now free to move about the country.
I have something to tell you.
You first.
No, you go.
I'm not ready to get married.
Okay.
So, what was your news?
I won the lottery.
$63 million.
Think about it this way, man. After taxes, that's only like $28-30 million.
That's it. Yeah.
Life is best told over a great tasting Miller Lite at a place called Miller Time.
Shannon? Hey, it's Steve. What's going on?
Water and skiing, racing and winning. Great matches, but here's the best. The Dodge down payment matchup. Put $1,000 down and we'll match it. Plus get up to $2,500 cash allowance for a total down payment of $4,500. Or get 0% APR on select vehicles and Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Making it easier to grab life in a Durango, Dakota, Stratus Coupe, or sedan. Great products, great protection, great values. Because it's about great matches, like the open road and a Dodge.
8-5 as we go to the top of the 6th. Let's take a look at the stolen base leaders by team around Major League Baseball. Brought to you by Mobile Speed Pass. Kansas City 95, Seattle 93. And the Orioles will be here this weekend with 78. The Marlins running away with the National League. The Reds and the Diamondbacks are top 3 in the National League.
Carlos Baerga spends most of his time, I think, down there at the other end of the dugout, but makes his way from one end to the other. Doing a little dancing to Dave Matthews in between innings. Checking in with Dwight Evans. And Jim Rowe. And Mike Cubbage on the way by. On to the top of the 6th inning. in the air to center field, struck pretty well. Henderson heading back, and that is going to grab the wall in dead center field. The ricochet backed up by Nixon. Sandberg still running. He's thinking 3, and he'll get there head first into the bag at third. Jared Sandberg has put together a very good series against the Red Sox and homered his last time up. Triples here in the 6th inning.
Oh, he sure has. Of course, the big home run last night, a sacrifice fly tonight, a home run, and now the leadoff triple. He actually stopped. Well, not stopped, but slowed down around second base and then said, well, the heck with it. I know I can make this. And the head for a slide in the third. So the leadoff triple.
Well, Carl Crawford, the infield, brought in all the way around for the Red Sox. Crawford 1 for 2 with a run driven in tonight. His 3rd RBI as a member of the Devil Rays. Not yet been up an entire week. Lines it, a foul ball down the right field line. Mitchell Crawford just 20 years of age, and tonight for Tampa Bay appearing in just his 5th game with the Devil Rays. Spending this season with the Durham Bulls, the top farmhand for Tampa Bay. They play in Durham and they have a 37-foot wall in left field. Imagine that. They have a blue monster. It is virtually the same thing as Fenway's green monster, but it is blue. And at the top of that big blue wall is the bull that you may remember from the movie Bull Durham that they brought with them from the old park. The park in which the Red Sox manager Grady Little was the manager of the real Durham Bulls back when they made the movie. And this is hit well to center field. This will get the run home as it goes up and over the head of Ricky. In from third base comes Jared Sandberg. He'll score. Crawford motoring, showing some speed, and it's back-to-back triples for Tampa Bay to open up the 6th inning and to pad their lead, now on top 9-5.
At the bottom of the lineup doing some damage tonight. Sandberg. Crawford picks up his 2nd RBI. Wow, he was really picking him up and putting him down around those bases.
Wow.
Low fastball, lefty against lefty. He plants it up against that center field wall on one hop. Ricky has to play it off the garage door, and there goes Crawford in the third base. You don't see that very often, do you? Back-to-back triples.
Certainly don't. And certainly from the 8-9 men going back-to-back with those triples, Sandberg and Crawford, and Arabelli was out to the mound briefly.
Number 2, the center fielder, Randy Wynn.
Randy Wynn, the top of the order, will bat. He has doubled twice in this one and reached on an error. Everybody in the Tampa order now has at least one hit, with the exception of Steve Cox, their first baseman. Action in the Boston bullpen. Rich Garces begins to warm up. Casey Fossum is out there for his 4th inning of relief. He came on in the 3rd. This is chopped up over the mound. Sanchez at second with the throw in time, and with the infield brought in, no chance for Crawford to score. 1 down.
Well, they didn't have the contact play on with nobody out. They usually use that play more likely with 1 out in the inning. Had they had it on, he probably would have been able to score a big high chopper, and of course he's got great speed, but with the nobody out, just staying at home with the infield in.
Andy Sheets.
Here's Andy Sheets, 2 for 3 tonight, a single and a home run, and a big 3-run home run back in the 2nd inning.
That's interesting, huh?
Very interesting. Paul Carroll's been busy.
Most consecutive triples in an inning, 4 by the Red Sox on May 6, 1934, in the 4th inning against Detroit Tigers. 4 consecutive triples? Oh, that's just in the most in an inning. Yeah, 4 consecutive, yeah. Wow.
And 2 seem like a lot.
Yeah.
One out. Crawford at third, and Sheets out after the 0-2. So Casey Fossum with his 6th strikeout. 2 down here in the 6th inning.
Huge strikeout for Fossum. Now the infield can move back with the 2 outs. The breaking ball for the strikeout.
The first baseman.
Well, if you get out of this inning with just the 1 run after back-to-back triples to lead it off, it wouldn't be so bad.
Here's Steve Cox, the only member of the Devil Rays not to have a hit so far tonight, as he foul tips it at the plate. Yeah, Grady Little, we're talking a little bit about the Durham Bulls, the movie Bull Durham. Grady Little was actually a consultant on that movie, as he was the manager of the Durham Bulls. At the time, it was the single A club in the Carolina League for the Atlanta Braves. And of course, Grady spent a lot of years managing in the Braves system in the minor leagues, and a very good consultant in that category as far as the minor leagues go, because Grady spent a long time there and was a consultant to the movie. When Tampa Bay picked up Durham as their affiliate, they moved them to AAA, and they're no longer in the Carolina League. They're now in the International League, and the Pawtucket Red Sox and the Durham Bulls now go head to head.
Do they have a monument of Susan Sarandon?
No.
To that ballpark?
I did go over to that ballpark, though, and the field looks identical as it did in the movie. It's not changed. They use it for like high school games, but there's no minor league team there anymore. But I kept looking for Susan Sarandon, and she wasn't there anywhere at the park.
You know, most of the actors that they get to take part in those baseball movies can't play a lick. And it takes a lot of consulting, you know, to even make them look like players.
Cox strikes out. 7 Ks for Fossum. Tampa Bay does come up with another run, though, in the 6th. And as we head to the bottom of the 6th, 9-5 Devil Rays.
It's back. The Ford authorized clearance with 0% financing for 60 months on a Ford Explorer 4-door. That's right. The #1 selling SUV on the planet is now available with 0% financing for 60 months. Save over $6,800 in interest over the next 5 years on Explorer 4-door. Only at the Ford authorized clearance at your New England Ford dealer.
I'm glad I took today off work, but it made me realize some people never get a day off.
What do you say we take Mom to Friendly's?
That special someone deserves something new. Friendly's 3 new chicken choices. The new fajita chicken salad, the country club chicken sandwich, or the barbecue chicken platter. Now try any of Friendly's 12 chicken choices and get a hot fudge sundae free.
Thanks, honey.
Thank you.
Stop in for any of Friendly's chicken choices and get a free hot fudge sundae.
You and me and Friendly's.
NESN's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Corona. Relax and enjoy an ice-cold Corona Extra. By your New England Jeep dealer. Jeep, there's only one. And by your friends at Mobile, who remind you to use Speed Pass, today's way to pay. A beautiful moon here tonight from Fenway Park as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Tampa Bay on top 9-5. Jesus Colomé has been on since the 4th inning and at a 1-2-3-5. He's now retired 5 Red Sox in a row, and he'll deal with the bottom third of the Red Sox order in the bottom of the 6th inning. Marabelli, Clark, and Sanchez to bat in the inning. Doug has grounded out and popped out. He's 0 for 2. So in the movie, Grady actually, I think, worked with the actors, right? I mean, he wasn't just a consultant for the writers. He was there to work with the actors, I think, too.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
This is inside. Colomé has been very good since coming on. behind Marabelli, 2-0. Red Sox coming in at 62-37. As this will get in there for a strike. It's now 2-1.
An embarrassing moment talking about baseball movies. Back in my playing day, they were making a movie about Ron LaFleur. Now I forget the actor's name. LeVar Burton, that's it. Paul Cowher reminds me, and of course we were there when they were taping it, and he was just absolutely horrible. I mean, he didn't even look like a player. Couldn't make contact, So anyway, we're watching this go on, and that night we happened to be in a restaurant. Ron was there. So we go into a back room, and I saw Ron, and I said, man, how about this guy trying to play a bait? And there he is. He's like right in the corner behind me. Oh, but it was painful to watch the poor guy, try to make contact on some guy throwing almost underhand to him. I don't know how the movie came out. I never did see it, but
Who do you think should play Jerry Remy in the Jerry Remy movie?
Matt Damon.
Ball 4. I thought you were going to say something like Tom Cruise, but that was closer to.
Matt's a local guy, terrific guy.
Look a lot alike.
Yeah.
Number 22, the first baseman, Tony Clark.
Marabelli walks to begin things in the 6th. There's Tony Clark, who's 2 for 2.
That'd be the most boring movie you could ever have. It'd be like 2 hours of nothing. Sitting in a recliner.
Jerry in his chair, Jerry in his chair, and Jerry in his chair. Clark with a big cut. Especially the offseason. That must be, they would follow you around.
They wouldn't have to go very far. Health club in the morning and then the recliner. Little lunch, soap opera, nap.
Back to the recliner.
Back to the recliner. Yeah. News.
The 0-1 gets away from Flaherty. Marabelli will move up as he heads to second base. So Colomé had retired 5 in a row before the walk, and now this one gets away.
Fastball on John Flaherty there. The fastball in the view of the official scorer felt like he should have been handled.
This is up top, and it's now 2-1 to Clark. Colomé with the 2-1. Clark with a cut. It's now 2-2. Well, gentlemen, that we saw last night, Victor Zambrano up in the bullpen again, the right-hander. Now the 2-2. Little roller down the first base line that will kick foul. Indicated by the home plate umpire. The play went on, but Joe West clearly indicating a foul ball.
Colomé made a pretty nice play on that. Got himself in a foul territory. Did not hit Clark in the back, but problem was when he did get to the ball, it was in foul territory, and you see home plate umpire Joe West making the call. And a good call. Almost a collision here as Tony Clark and Steve Cox avoid a disaster.
Tony with a count of 2-2. Walking lead at second for Marabelli. And strike 3. So there's the second strikeout for Jesus Colomé. And the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Again, that slingshot delivery from Colomé looked like a little cut fastball that time for the strikeout. He's into his 3rd inning of work, and I think that's why you see Victor Zambrano listening in the bullpen for Tampa Bay. But he's quieted the Sox down. They had that big 4-run inning. Looked like they were going to do a lot of damage in the 4th. Got the 1 run. Colomé has pitched pretty well.
And in the meantime, the Devil Rays have added single runs in the 5th and 6th innings to regain the lead by 4. Ray Sanchez 1 for 2. He singled his last time up in the 4th inning. Marabelli at second base. A walk and a pass ball got him to second. Sanchez grounds it to the right side. 2 down, but on to third goes Marabelli.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
We'll have a pinch hitter here at the top of the Boston order. Ricky Henderson had been 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. We saw Brian Daubach come in to pinch hit in Game 2 last night. And there were some who felt perhaps in that instance at that time that maybe Grady Little would bunt. But as it turned out, Brian Daubach pinch hit. And the Red Sox were unable to come back in the ball game. Daubach pinch hitting in the 9th inning, of course, of last night's game. And pinch hitting here in the bottom of the 6th inning with Marabelli at 3rd and 2 down.
I would guess that Daubach would probably go to right field and then move Nixon to center field. Johnny Damon not in the lineup tonight. No injury. Just Grady Little said he played both ends of the day night of yesterday. Been having that minor knee problem and just wanted to give him a night off. Looks like Johnny had the batting gloves out. Maybe thinking about being a pinch hitter.
And 2-0 to Daubach. And Bryant's now ahead 3-0. Trot Nixon waits on deck. There's the Red Sox bat here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the strike to Daubach over the outside corner. 3-1. Victor Zambrano still warming in the Tampa Bay bullpen as Hal McRae looks on. And the strike. Daubach gets the news late. He thought he had ball 4. That will certainly not endear him to Joe West.
No, they don't like that. You know, they wait till I make my call, then make you move to first base. Looked like a pretty good pitch, knee high. Certainly had plenty of the plate.
And the payoff pitch. Daubach takes it, and it's strike 3. You almost had to know that might be coming, and it does for strike 3 to end the inning. The Red Sox leave a man at 3rd. Tampa Bay at the end of 6 enjoys a 9-5 lead.
Each month on NESN, you have a seat reserved in the front row. Everything looks different from the front row. NESN's one-hour specials that bring you inside the world of New England sports and are brought to you each and every month by Bob Stores. Front Row Specials, premiering every month on NESN. Nothing gets you closer. It's August, it's NESN, and it's hot. NESN is your ticket to the 2002 Boston Red Sox, and it's the year to be here.
Got him.
With 12 games in August, featuring the Rangers, A's, Mariners, Angels, and the New York Yankees. Get a front row view of the life and career of Doug Flutie in Great Heights, the Doug Flutie Story, a one-hour special premiering in August on NESN. It's August, it's NESN, and it's hot. While NESN covers the game, field reporter Tom Caron covers Fenway's fans. If you're a celebrity, he'll find you.
Every day you get to meet Tom Carey.
If you're a newlywed, you're getting an extra picture for the album.
What a thrill.
If you're sporting body paint, you know TC won't discriminate. No job is too big or too small. We've even found him in the wall. So keep track of TC if you can. Because while we're all following the game, TC could be following you.
Now playing center field.
9-5 as we go to the top of the 7th. Celebrate the 90th anniversary of Fenway Park by taking a behind-the-scenes tour. Visit the press box, sit in the dugout, measure yourself against the Green Monster. To schedule groups of 50 and a greater, call 617-236-6666 or log on to redsox.com for more information.
Brian Daubach, who pinch hit and unfortunately he ended the inning with a strikeout, takes over in right field. Nixon moves from right to center field as Daubach had hit for Henderson, who comes out of the game. Well, it's on to the top of the 7th inning. The Red Sox trailing by 4, 9-5. They have tried to claw their way back into this one, but every time getting close, Tampa Bay adds another run, and the Red Sox trailing by 4. Casey Fossum is out there as he moves into inning number 7. Casey's been on since the 3rd inning. The long relief here was scheduled to make his start tonight for the Pawtucket Red Sox. He's been starting for the Paw Sox since being sent down by the Red Sox, but instead brought up tonight with the long relief role in mind, and it's worked out that way. Coming in from left and not making the catch is Ramirez. Backing it up is Nixon. The throw is not in time. So Aubrey Huff to second base to begin things here in the 7th inning.
And the last 2 innings, the Devil Rays have led off with a triple and now a double right toward the end of the bat. Nomar can't get to it. The only chance is for Manny. He goes into the slide underneath the glove, and Aubrey Huff ends up at second base. So the Devil Rays for the last 2 innings have started with guys in scoring position.
Here's John Flaherty, who's 1 for 3. Singled and scored back in the 2nd inning. That one gets away. Mirabelli able to knock that down. Casey Fossum has put together 7 strikeouts in his 4+ innings of relief tonight for the Red Sox. It is a career high for Casey Fossum. Goes the opposite way to right field. Back goes Daubach. He's able to make the catch. Tagging and trying for third is Huff. He'll get there easily. On the line out to right field by John Flaherty.
Good job by Flaherty moving that ball to the opposite field. Get the man to third base with less than 2 outs. Daubach was playing shallow out there, and that ball hit pretty well by Flaherty, but Daubach able to regroup and make the catch. Red Sox again pull the infield in with the 1 out.
Here's Ben Grieve, 1 for 3. Grieve with a single and scored a run in the 2nd. He struck out twice, both times against Fossum. And the lefty-lefty matchup has not worked for Ben Grieve so far. Yeah, check swing number foul, 0-2. Casey Fossum in 3 games started for the Pawtucket Red Sox over 25 innings was 0-3, but his earned run average at 3.96. Lost his last start in Charlotte against the top farmhand for the Chicago White Sox, the Charlotte Knights, although he did go 8 innings in that outing. That he is in there for strike 3. Delayed call from Joe West, no doubt about it. And there's strikeout number 8 for Casey Fossum, 2 down.
Fastball from Fossum. Watch Joe West on this strike call.
What was that?
It's a little right, left, right.
Wow.
The shortstop, Chris Gomez.
It's like you're doing a little sparring.
Little combination.
The right, left, and back to the right.
So 3 strikeouts for Casey Fossum against Ben Grieve. Chris Gomez, the hitter, and he takes strike 1. Gomez was hit by a pitch in the second, came around to score, struck out in the third, and singled in the 5th inning. Fossum ahead 0-2. Casey Fossum overall in 35 major league career relief appearances, a 2.74 earned run average in the majors. Works out to be 42 2/3 innings, giving up 13 earned runs coming into tonight's action. 2-2 to Gomez. Aubrey Huff, who led off the inning with a double, stands at third with 2 down, as this is grounded foul into the Tampa Bay dugout.
Send Billy Hatcher down the runway. Billy Hatcher once stole home plate for the Red Sox. Twice, they tell me. I remember once. He did it twice. Once against Toronto.
Jerry's hearing voices with information. 2-2 sent to center field. Nixon started in, now backs up and makes the catch. Aubrey Huff with a leadoff double ends up stranded at third. 7th inning stretch time from Fenway. 9-5 Devil Rays.
Eyes of a puppy dog, lips made for sin. You're not dreaming, I'm for real. We got a call.
Hello.
Lewis?
Yeah?
Lewis?
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by August 1st.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hey, it's me, Peter, but you knew that. Look, I don't know how to say this, but, you know, I need to move on. I mean, you probably noticed that I'm not the same person I was a few months ago. I mean, you have been great, really. I just need to be on my own for a while. Well, thanks for everything, and guess this is goodbye, huh?
The extremely therapeutic Acura TL Type S.
How do you solve a murder?
This killer likes to impress you. Any idea why?
I don't know. When the only connection to the killer is you.
You and me are like Cain and Abel, Kennedy and Oswald.
On August 9th.
I wonder how they did this.
Every beat will take you closer to the truth. Clint Eastwood. Blood Work. Rated R. Starts Friday, August 9th at a theater near you.
7th inning stretch, 9-5. Tampa has the lead. Sox fans over 30. Here's a chance to make it to the big leagues. Spend a week in Red Sox spring training complex in Fort Myers, Florida, receiving instruction and playing games with ex-Sox players. The all-inclusive price includes travel, hotel, meals, uniform, and a chance to play at Fenway this September and again in 2003. Call 1-800-336-CAMP for more information. Very big with the grandmas, Don. Very big with the grandmas. Nanas, grandmas.
Well, Jesus Colome came in and worked 3 innings. He leaves, and Victor Zambrano is on.
Second appearance of the series. He worked last night, got Trot Nixon on a fielder's choice. Just recalled from Durham on Saturday. He was sent down early in the season. Started with Tampa Bay, sent back to the minor leagues like a lot of these guys in the bullpen. Victor charges the mound when he comes out of that bullpen. He sprints.
It's John Rocker-like. Jesus Colome did a terrific job. 3 hitless innings against the Red Sox to really stop them from scoring as it's lifted in the air for Carl Crawford, who makes the catch on Nixon for the first out. Colome 3 innings, no hits, no runs. He walked 1, And he struck out 3, but pitched very, very well here tonight. And Zambrano gets the first out of the 7th inning. Here's Nomar. Singled and scored in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3 tonight. The single in the 3rd drove in 2 runs. Garciaparra now with 83 RBIs to tie A-Rod atop the American League RBI leaders list. Coming into tonight's action, A-Rod had 83 RBIs, and Nomar has tied him tonight. This is hit pretty well towards left center field. Randy Wynn moving over, and Carl Crawford steps in front of him and makes the catch. 2 combined. Wynn kind of veered off, and Crawford makes the catch, 2 down.
2 guys with very good speed. Usually it's the center fielder who takes charge and makes that play, but Crawford goes in front of Randy Wynn to make the play. And toward the end of the bat for Garciaparra, and into the glove of Carl Crawford. Carl's had a good night. Triple, couple of RBIs, 2 hits.
Here's Manny Ramirez, 1 for 3 with a run driven in. In there for the strike, and it's 1-1 now to Ramirez. The double for Manny was his 13th of the year. Back in the 3rd inning, part of a 9-hit attack tonight for the Red Sox. Tampa Bay out hitting Boston 13-9.
Tampa Bay came into the game last in the league and hitting .244 team average. Cleveland next to last at .248. Boy, that's unusual to see.
Wow. When was the last time they were that low? Two and two now to Manny.
For a number of years, you could count on going into Cleveland and seeing them somewhere in the top 5 at least in the league in average, runs scored, home runs.
It was always kind of the pitching that was somewhat suspect. They're in the middle of the pack in pitching this year. And it goes the opposite way, but it's caught in the air, snared by Andy Sheets at second base. 1-2-3, 7th inning for Victor Zambrano. We head to the 8th, 9-5 Tampa Bay.
I love football on TV, shots of Gina Lee, hanging with my friends and twins. I love burritos at 4 a.m., parties that never end, dogs that love cats, and twins. And I love you too. It's the Love Stars.
The 255 horsepower Nissan Maxima.
Now, there is no up or down. Introducing Mach 3 Turbo. Total comfort whether you shave down or up. A new anti-friction coating on all 3 blades. Plus a new strip releases even more lubrication. So even against the grain, you get less irritation and the closest shave. It's turning the shaving world upside down. Mach 3 Turbo. New from Gillette. Try new Gillette Series Shave Gel and get skincare with every shave.
9-5 through 7 this season on NESN. You'll get extra interviews, extra highlights, and extra analysis on Extra Innings. NESN's expanded post-game show brought to you by Keyspan, putting more energy into life. After the last inning, the action just beginning. And tonight on Extra Innings, Tim Wakefield will be joining the fellas on the dais, or dais, or whatever you want to call it.
Dais. It's all the same.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Senior, yeah.
Oh, that's quite a group.
See you, ladies. I'll see you at the cocktail lounge later.
Jared Sandberg to lead it off. And he's out after the first pitch. Popped up. Tony Clark into foul ground to make the catch. Brings up Carl Crawford, is 2 for 3 with a run batted in.
Carl Crawford.
And the Yankees are on top of the Indians now 13-7 in the 7th inning. Giambi's homered, his 26th of the year. Crawford sends this to center. Nixon in the neighborhood there to make the catch. 2 down.
Number 2, the center fielder.
Back up to the top of the order for Randy Wynn. Wynn is 2 for 3 with a run batted in from the top spot. As Casey Fossum has been on since the 3rd inning. He's working here in the 8th with 2 outs. And the longest relief stint for a Red Sox pitcher this season. 2-0, 2-1 is a big cut from Wynn. On the ground, Nomar is there. The sidearm toss in plenty of time, and that'll do it. So 1-2-3 8th inning for Casey Fossum. On to the bottom of the 8th. Red Sox trailing by 4, down 9-5.
Wow, she's gorgeous. Hey, is that Jeff Corwin?
Jeff Corwin, he's out there. And Sunday at 9 on Animal Planet, he's dancing with danger as he takes on Africa's deadliest snake.
Oh!
Jeff may be one of People Magazine's 50 most beautiful people, and he's on Entertainment Weekly's Hit List. But he's on this snake's hit list. Catch an all-new Jeff Corwin experience. Sunday at 9 on the only place Jeff calls home, Animal Planet.
Get one of those.
I'm gonna get one of those.
The 2002 Lincoln LS V8 Sport. Get over $8,600 in finance savings with 0% financing for 60 months. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
I appreciate your help.
No problem.
Thanks, Ben.
Sure. And call me anytime about that equity loan. Bye, Martha.
Bye.
Would you mind? Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, so you work at the grocery store, do you?
No, ma'am. I work at the bank in the grocery store.
Oh, that's nice.
So you couldn't find a space in the lot?
Oh, I don't have a car.
Back at Fenway, the Red Sox are trailing by 4, 9-5, and an early beginning tonight in terms of the scoring for Tampa Bay. They'd score 6 times in the second. Andy Sheets, former Red Sox utility infielder, with a 3-run home run to put Tampa Bay on top 6-0. Red Sox coming back at various points during the game, but right now down 9-5 as we prepare for the bottom of the 8th inning. Casey Fossum, as we look at some of the relief efforts tonight, Fossum has gone the last 6, giving up 3 earned runs. Jesus Colome went 3 innings without giving up a hit nor a run. And the middle relief portion, a long relief in Casey Fossum's effort tonight, and still going through the first 6 innings of his relief appearance. Jason Varitek to lead it off as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Second inning of relief for Victor Zambrano. Jason Varitek's 2 for 3 with a run driven in. Jason offered to that pitch, I believe, and yes, says Doug Eddings at third. One and two to Varitek with Hillenbrand waiting on deck as Jason strikes out. Pitch down and in, and there's the first strikeout for Victor Zambrano. Let's check in with Tom Caron. Tom.
Number 29, the third baseman, Jay Hillenbrand.
Hi, are we on?
Hey, TC, you're on.
Hi, Don. We're having some technical problems, but we figured them out. We're with our Citizens Bank, your typical fan. Another familiar face, Gord Kluzak, Bruins analyst for Nesson, doing some off-season scouting of the Red Sox.
Yeah, well, this is great. It's always great to come to Fenway Park, except that you found me somehow.
The paparazzi never leave you alone. Talk to me about the equivalent of a hockey game like this. You're down 2 or 3 early, and you got to battle back. You hang in there and do your best?
Well, baseball is a little different. You never know until the last pitch whether or not the game is over. If this was a hockey game, I think it would pretty much be over. But the Red Sox at Fenway Park, it's certainly not over yet.
Having a good summer? Having
a great summer. Yeah, I'm getting ready for hockey, though. Not too long, but a few more weeks and play a little golf, and that's about it.
What's the handicap down to?
It's going up, going up.
That's bad news. The handicap's up, the stock market's down. Let's go back upstairs.
All right, thanks, Tom. As this has popped up mile high, the shortstop Gomez makes the catch to retire Hillenbrand, and great color commentator Gord Kluzak. You know, I think you guys have something in common in, I think, the numbers of knee surgeries.
Yeah, we both have lousy knees.
Gord, I think, had something like 12 knee surgeries. How much did you have?
He beat me. I only had 9.
Okay, well, you're right in there. A truly remarkable number of knee surgeries. Both knees for you as well?
No, just one.
Just one. I think his were both. A lot of knee surgeries if you are a Nesson color analyst.
That's a shame for Gord because
Yes.
it cut really his career short, his knee problems. Fortunately, I was able to play a long time before having to call it quits because of that.
Up and in, and Mirabelli hit by the pitch. Doug makes his way down to first base, 2 outs in the inning. And Mirabelli is aboard.
Well, a lot of what's going on between the Red Sox and the Devil Rays has quieted down in this series. Certainly nothing intentional here, just trying to get inside. He's got the 9-5 lead. The last thing he wants to do is hit anybody. It really has been back to baseball in this series for these two ball clubs.
Here's Tony Clark. I have to be honest, when we left Tampa Bay, I had the feeling that it may not be just baseball when Tampa Bay came in for this series. But it has worked out that way so far. This is game 3 of the 4-game series. Tony Clark lines it, Sheets snares it, and that'll do it in the 8th. On to the 9th, Tampa Bay on top 9-5.
Well, that about wraps it up. Any questions? You've been awfully quiet, Bob. Bob?
Thirsty for a cold drink? Try the one-of-a-kind taste of Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee.
Bob?
The secret's out. Get 2 pounds of Dunkin' Donuts coffee in any variety for just $9.99. Available in-store and online at DunkinDonuts.com.
What makes the rugged Nissan Xterra the authentic SUV? More power, more versatility, more protection from the elements. Want an authentic SUV? The Xterra is the real deal. And with low 3.9% APR for 60 months plus $500 cash back, now's the time to get a great deal on a Nissan Xterra. Offers end July 31st. Nissan. Driven.
What do you mean you guys just sell the bed? Who delivers it then?
You can't always get what you want from one place.
But with Verizon, you can get local, long-distance, internet, and wireless service all from one source, all on one bill, with one call. It's not a dream come true, but it could lead to a good night's sleep.
Verizon.
NESN's exclusive coverage of Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines, bringing people together with low fares. By Citizens Bank, not your typical bank. And by Volvo, the official vehicle of the Red Sox. 8 complete from Fenway. 9-5 Tampa Bay on top. And the left-hander for the Red Sox, Casey Fossum, about to begin his 7th inning of relief. As he has been the long man, and as he begins the inning, the Red Sox have further action in the bullpen, but Fossum to begin the 9th, and Andy Sheets sends one deep to center. Nixon back at the warning track, got to play it off the wall. Sheets hit a 3-run home run earlier, now has doubled to begin things in the 9th. His 3rd hit of the night.
They've been wearing out that center field wall tonight. A lot of extra base hits for the Devil Rays in this game. Win with a couple of doubles. Sheets now a home run and a double. Huff has a double. A triple by Sandberg, a triple by Crawford.
Number 28, the first baseman, Steve Cox.
Now Steve Cox, who's 0 for 4 tonight.
This is something we have not seen much of this year. Fans leaving before the last at bat for the Red Sox.
We saw some fans duck out last night, but the weather and the
late hour
had much to do with that, and the game was what appeared to be very much in hand. But you're right, fans heading out LA-like as the pitch in there for a strike. We'll be seeing that. We get to Anaheim when fans will be checking out in that 7th, 8th inning.
Anaheim next trip, only 2 games out of first place, tied with the Oakland Athletics, 2 behind the Seattle Mariners. That's going to be a heck of a race out west.
Foul and out of play, 1-2. Red Sox bullpen is busy. Double-barreled action out there. Rich Garces and Wayne Gomes. This is the 94th pitch of the outing for Casey Fossum. It's really been very much like a start. He came on in the 3rd inning, and here he is in the 9th, 94 pitches later. He's given up 3 runs so far, including a home run to Jared Sandberg. Cox sends it in the air to the left, and Manny Ramirez makes the catch for the first out. Tonight's, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just going to tell you about tonight's attendance. 32,969. 32969.
Number 19, the designated hitter.
What are you going to say?
Aubrey Huff.
It's the 38th sellout of the season and the 16th consecutive.
You knew I was going to do the attendance right then, and
they call that ESP, ESPN.
Wow.
Look at the records again. The Red Sox at home coming into this game 25-22, 33-18 on the road.
And there's really no way to figure out why that is the way it is. I know that the Red Sox have faced some tough opponents at home to begin the year. Two-0 to Aubrey Huff. Slice foul back to the backstop, 2-1. Andy Sheets still at second base. He doubled off the wall in center to begin the inning. Here's a strike, and it's 2-2 now to Huff. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth, and at the very least, the Red Sox will be dealing with a 4-run deficit. Ray Sanchez, Brian Daubach, and Trot Nixon are the expected hitters. Anybody gets on, Nomar would have a chance. To center field for Nixon. Pretty much in his tracks out there. Makes the catch. 2 down. Sheets remains at second base with 2 away.
Yeah, no action out there in the bullpen either at this point for the Devil Rays. So it looks like Victor Zambrano will come out to try to finish this for Tampa.
Mirabelli's gone to the mound. Will they bring on another pitcher here? Maybe.
Well, they got first base open, and they got Grieve on deck, who has struck out 3 times against Casey Fossum tonight. So maybe either intentionally walk him or be very careful in what they do with Flaherty with Grieve on deck.
The double-barreled action that was up has sat down. Gomes and Garces, who had been up, are no longer warming in the pen. And the pitch to Flaherty with the strike. Carves it foul back to the backstop, 0-2. In there for strike 3. Casey Fossum adds on to his career high strikeout total. That's 9 tonight for Casey Fossum. On to the bottom of the ninth. Red Sox trailing 9-5.
I'm giving Peter here the green light tonight because Peter's drinking Molson. Yeah, he keeps forgetting my name and he's been talking to my chest all night. But the fact that Peter drinks Molson, a cold, crisp import from Canada, tells me that he's experienced and worldly. Just the kind of guy who could really rock my world. Yeah, afterwards he'll probably never call again. But tonight, I've got a surprise for Peter. Because Peter is drinking Molson.
Molson Canadian. Let your Molson do the talking.
Ford authorized clearance. Now get 0% financing for up to 60 months. That's 0% on the vehicles that'll rock your world. Like Ford Explorer, the #1 selling SUV on the planet. F-150, the #1 selling truck for 25 straight years. Focus, one of Car and Driver's 10 best. And Taurus, with the government's highest safety rating. 0% Ford authorized clearance now.
Are you ready for the more useful internet? There's never been a better time to switch from AOL dial-up and get MSN broadband. The smarter, faster internet service, optimized by Microsoft and Telespeed technology. Just another great reason to switch from AOL to MSN. Call now and get broadband service with free activation, free modem use, and no term commitment. MSN, more useful every day.
Last chance for the Red Sox. They trail at 9-5 as we go to the bottom of the ninth. We remind you this copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Boston Red Sox.
Well, last chance for the Red Sox, trailing 9-5 as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning. Victor Zambrano, who came on in the 7th inning, working in his 3rd inning of relief. Came on for Jesus Colome. And Colome certainly pitched well enough, if the score remains the same, to be the winner in tonight's contest. Joe Kennedy, the starter, did not make himself eligible because he did not go 5. He worked 3+. In the air to right center field. Randy Wynn headed back, shy of the track. Tampa Bay's center fielder makes the catch for the first out in the bottom of the ninth. Here comes Brian Daubach, who struck out looking. And then he pinch hit for Ricky Henderson in the 6th inning. Out after the first one, he skies it to left. Carl Crawford in front of the wall makes the catch. 2 down. Not much more room for Carl to work with in left, but Daubach is out number 2.
Number 7.
2 well hit balls in Sanchez, who sends Randy Wynn deep to right center. And Daubach sends it to the track in left. Red Sox down to their last out. Trot Nixon 2 for 4 tonight. He, along with Jason Varitek and Tony Clark, with multi-hit nights. Red Sox being out hit by Tampa Bay 14-9. Check in the 8th. The Yankees had a 13-7 lead over Cleveland. The Yankees win and the Red Sox lose. Boston would drop to 4.5 games back. Nixon able to get the walk with 2 down. So since Zambrano has come on, and that's over 2 2/3 innings, the Red Sox have had only 2 base runners. Mirabelli was hit, and now Nixon has walked. Nomar is 1 for 4. 2 runs driven in as he sends it to center. Wynn coming on, but he won't get there. Drops in for a hit. Nomar's second hit of the night. And the Red Sox have 2 on with 2 outs, trying to put together some drama in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs.
And the last thing Hal McRae wanted to see was that walk to Trot Nixon with the 4-run lead. It gives Nomar a chance to hit, gets Ramirez to the plate. Right toward the end of the bat, Fagacia Parra picks up his second hit of the night.
Manny's 1 for 4, a double and a run driven in. The double coming back in the 3rd inning. And Zambrano starts off ahead. Tampa Bay's bullpen has been very good tonight. Over 5 2/3 innings from the pen, and so far they have not given up a run. In the dirt, nicely blocked by Flaherty, and it's 1-1 now to Ramirez. Zambrano trying to give Tampa Bay their second win against Boston in 11 tries in 2002. Look out. That sends Manny down to the dirt. 2-1.
Ran that fastball right inside on Manny. Manny looking out over the plate and ducks out of the way.
Jason Varitek on deck, but it'll take something from Manny if we are to continue. Sends it on the ground. Sheets in the backhand. Flips to second, and that'll do it. So the Tampa Bay Devil Rays out to the early start tonight. At one point led 7-0. They're able to hold on and win this one. 9-5, and they take their second consecutive win against the Red Sox as they came back and won the nightcap last night, and they win here tonight 9-5 in front of 32,969. With the loss, the Red Sox dropped to 58-41. The end of 99 games played on the season, and there's still one game left between these two clubs tomorrow. Pedro Martinez against Luis de los Santos in the final game of the series. The Red Sox will be looking to gain a split now with a victory here tomorrow night. But a tough 9-5 loss. Colomé the winner, 2-5. Castillo the loser, 5-11. Victor Zambrano picks up his first save. Again, the final, Tampa Bay 9, Boston 5. Be sure and stay with us for extra innings coming up next on NESN.
When you can pick up the trail of a lost dog and follow every lead. When you can see that your best friend has been found. All with a calling plan starting at $19.99 a month. That's M-Life from AT&T Wireless. Stop by or call 1-800-IMAGINE today.
Delicious Dunkin' Donuts Coolata. It's great on the go. A portion of Coolata sales will be donated to the Nomar 5 Fund, a charity supporting local kids organizations.
Like any big outfit, SBC's got all kinds of people doing all kinds of jobs. Whether they're wearing a tool belt and a hard hat or a shirt and tie, our nearly 190,000 employees, many of them third generation, are just working people, paying their taxes, helping out in their community, and working their tails off, just so you can get on the phone and ask what's for dinner, or get on the internet and say ship 5,000 widgets to my warehouse. Now, we know most people take the old dial tone for granted, but we don't. We can't. Ordinary people, extraordinary job, infinite character, SBC.
Water and skiing, racing and winning. Great matches, but here's the best. The Dodge down payment matchup. Put $1,000 down and we'll match it. Plus, get up to $2,500 cash allowance for a total down payment of $4,500. Or get 0% APR on select vehicles and Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Making it easier to grab life in a Durango, Dakota, Stratus Coupe, or sedan. Great products, great protection, great values. Because it's about great matches, like the open road and a Dodge.
ESPN News, your source for sports, with the enhanced bottom line that's always on, letting you know what's ahead. Scores, stats, highlights, news conferences, analysis, and more. It's ESPN News on NESN. Closed captioning for extra innings on NESN is provided by Verizon, the Yawkey Foundation, Dunkin' Donuts, and Aflac.
The Red Sox have a terrible time with a double race tonight. They have their share of offense, but Tampa Bay has more. The Sox pitching with just a terrible time containing the Rays at Fenway Park. Extra inning starts right now.
Live from our NESN studios, Extra Innings. Extra Innings is brought to you by Keyspan, putting more energy into life.
Well, this is not good. Welcome to Extra Innings, everybody. I'm Bob Rogers. He's Jim Corsi. And Jimmy, right off the bat, Frank Castillo really struggling tonight. What went wrong?
He did. I don't know. He just didn't seem like he had his rhythm. He didn't hit his spots. He got the ball up a lot. And when you get the ball up in the big leagues, you're going to get hit. I don't know if it had to do with his outing in New York, and his rhythm's been messed up, his work. But he just didn't get the job done tonight. It goes with control.
A couple of cheap hits,
cheap hits and a couple balls up that got hit hard.
All right, time for
all adds up to negativity.
Time for our Keyspan player of the game, and it is Jared Sandberg. Why not? Sandberg tonight goes 2 for 3 with his 9th home run. He also had a triple, 2 RBI, 2 runs scored. Guess he's turning into a Red Sox killer. 4 for 9 with 2 home runs in the series. Jared Sandberg, our Keyspan player of the game. Please join Keyspan and Jared in supporting South Boston Neighborhood House. Keyspan putting more energy into life. Tom Caron joins us now with Jared Sandberg down the field.
Thanks very much, Jared Sandberg. Let's go back and begin with the 9th inning last night. 9 for 9 the Sox were against you guys, and you were up for that 9th inning. What did that do for this club, having an inning and getting a win like that?
Yeah, well, you know, starting with the first game, you know, they outscored us, 22, runs consecutively. So I mean, we had to come back, and we were kind of flat for the first part of the second game, and we got the first 3 base runners on, and Sheets came up with a big pitch or a big hit off the wall for the 2 RBIs, and then tip your hat to Paul Wilson throwing 7 2/3 strong innings.
Sheets keys it with a big hit tonight. He hits the home run, and you guys get that big inning going. Seems like you guys have been close to those kind of innings a lot this year. You just haven't been able to break through too many times.
Yeah, there's been many one-run losses, and it was nice to come out on the winning end of a one-run victory.
Talk about the pitching real quick. Looked for a while like it was going to be one of the nights your guys finally settle down and get through this.
Yeah, it seems like that's been the story for the season. You know, either we hit, and then we don't pitch, or we pitch and we don't hit. We slump at the wrong time for both aspects of the game. And tonight, they came out swinging it, we came out swinging it, and tip your hat to Fossum. Their bullpen giving up the 2 runs, but yeah, our bullpen came in and shut the door on them.
One of those Fenway nights.
That's right.
Jared, thanks.
You're welcome.
Jared Sandberg, he's our Keyspan player of the game. Let's go upstairs for some final thoughts from Don and Jerry.
All right, Tom, thanks a lot. Well, the Red Sox with a tough loss last night and a tough loss tonight. An early hole to dig their way out of.
Yeah, you don't win many games down when you're down 7-0 early in the ball game. It's like an NBA game. A team trails by a lot. They try to battle back, and at the end, they just run out of gas. And you got to give credit tonight to the bullpen of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Colomé came in, did a great job. Zambrano did a terrific job. And I also credit Hal McRae. He had a starting pitcher out there that was spotted 7 runs, and he was getting himself in trouble. Looked like he was going to blow the lead, so he didn't hesitate. Didn't try to get him a win. Went out to the mound, got him out of there, and got his bullpen in, took a shot with that, and it worked.
Casey Fossum, an impressive 7 innings of relief with 9 Ks, but a tough loss tonight for the Red Sox. 1 game left against Tampa Bay. That'll be tomorrow night. Pedro will be on the mound. Back downstairs to you guys.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. And you may be wondering, if you're just joining us, how did Casey Fossum even join the Boston Red Sox? He was called up from Pawtucket to take the place of Dustin Hermanson, who goes on the 15-day DL. And Jimmy, before the game, we talked about the Red Sox trying to bounce back after last night's really crushing defeat in the 9th inning against Tampa Bay. And what happens now is the Sox end up losing 2 straight against one of the weakest teams in baseball.
It does. It all comes down to the starting pitching. Frank Castillo had a tough game for himself. He got the team behind early. They tried to battle back, and they just ran out of gas, like Jerry said.
All right, we're not going to be too depressed, though, because Tim Wakefield will be in studio to cheer us up. We're going to talk about his charity golf tournament, talk about some great pitching that he's been doing of late. So we want to talk to you as well here on Extra Innings. The telephone number, you should know it by now. Phone line's now open, 1-866-ASK-NESSON, 866-275-6376.
Hey, surfing? Investing. Transferring money from my fleet checking account into my Quick and Riley account. Wait, you can do that? You don't have to have like a Section 3 or a Series 85 or something like those?
No, everything's right here.
Yeah, mutual funds, bonds.
Even a personal financial consultant you can call.
Yeah, your total financial picture all in one place.
With just a click.
My financial picture probably be like one of them elementary school photos, the small version. You just came in from recess, you're all sweaty, your hair's sticking up in the back, but your mom says it looks good.
Water and skiing, racing and winning. Great matches, but here's the best. The Dodge down payment matchup. Put $1,000 down and we'll match it. Plus get up to $2,500 cash allowance for a total down payment of $4,500. Or get 0% APR on select vehicles. And Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Making it easier to grab life in a Durango, Dakota, Stratus Coupe, or sedan. Great products, great protection, great values. Because it's about great matches, like the open road and a Dodge.
Wow, she's gorgeous. Hey, is that Jeff Corwin?
Jeff Corwin, he's out there. And Sunday at 9 on Animal Planet, he's dancing with danger as he takes on Africa's deadliest snake.
Oh!
Jeff may be one of People Magazine's 50 most beautiful people, and he's on Entertainment Weekly's It List. But he's on this snake's hit list. Catch an all-new Jeff Corwin experience. Sunday at 9. on the only place Jeff calls home, Animal Planet.
Come feel the joy all around. Each generation has found they got their own kind of sound. Come to shout it out. With that joy of Pepsi. Oh, yeah. Pepsi. For those who think young.
Save up to $8 on general use admission at Six Flags New England with a specially marked Pepsi product can.
May 15th, Tom Finneran decides which lobbyists get money in the state budget. Hours later, Finneran shakes down those same lobbyists for more than $100,000. There is a better way. Warren Tolman is the only candidate to refuse special interest money, the only one who'll end the corruption and take the money out of politics. The Globe says Boss Finneran is in contempt. Warren Tolman, the Democrat for governor. He only works for you.
The Red Sox suffering just their second loss this season against the Devil Rays. They fall to 9-2 overall in the season, now 58-41. Frank Castillo getting the start for the Red Sox tonight, and Grady Little certainly hoping for a long outing. The bullpen really not in great shape right now, and the exact opposite happens. Early action, the Devil Rays all over Castillo. Carl Crawford rips the single over Ray Sanchez. Ben Greaves scores from second. It's 2-0. The Devil Rays have the early lead. The next batter up, it's Randy Wynn, and this is what we're talking about. Doesn't exactly get crushed in this game. That ball barely goes 120 feet, but it still works. Chris Gomez scores. It's 3-0. Next batter up, though, Andy Sheets says, may have been a couple of cheap ones, but there's also going to be a big league tall jack. Takes no time, up, out, gone. His first home run of the season, his first since early May of last year. It was 6-0.
This is going to be frustrating for Frank. He battled so hard at the beginning of the season, was pitching well, and he's been in a slump his last 5 games.
So the Red Sox give the ball to Casey Fossum, and Fossum looks like he has Jared Sandberg struck out. He walks away, but he's not out.
No, that looked like a very good pitch. He looked like it was right there, and I can't believe that the umpire misses a call and then you give up a home run. It's bad enough to give up a signal, but to give up a home run.
And I think the umpire probably knew he blew the call because Sandberg was walking back to the dugout.
Yeah, he knew it.
Give the Red Sox credit, though. They do battle back in the bottom of the third. Nomar with the bases loaded will pick up 2 RBI. Tony Clark, Ricky Henderson both in. It's 7-2. Next batter up, it's Manny. Manny goes down for that one, lifts that one up, and tattoos the wall in left center field. Trot Nixon scores. It's 7-3. Next pitch to the next batter. It's Jason Varitek, and Varitek goes back through the box.
Pitcher could have helped himself right there.
Those PFPs. Nomar scores. It's 7-4. The Red Sox back in the ball game. Bottom of the fourth, Ricky Henderson bounces into the potential 6-4-3 double play, but the throw to first is off the mark. Clark scores from third. Henderson goes to second. It's 7-5. The Red Sox right back in the ball game. But the Devil Rays will continue to add to their lead. This pitch up in the zone to Chris Gomez. You can't pitch upstairs.
You can't pitch up in the big leagues. You watch time and time again when you're watching baseball highlights. Doubles, triples, home runs.
The run scores, but Manny does a good job. Gets him out at second base, so Manny picks up the outfield assist. Top of the 6th inning, it's Crawford again into center field. Johnny Damon getting the night off tonight with the left-hander starting the ball game. So Ricky Henderson out there in center field. That's a triple. Fossum gives up 3 runs, strikes out a career-high 9 batters in the ball game. So tough one for the Red Sox, but I think the Red Sox had to be impressed with the way Casey Fossum pitched tonight. But right now we have a chance to hear from Red Sox manager Grady Little. Here's your first look with the Red Sox manager.
Numbers on our starters after Pedro, but as we've talked about all year long. But the way things are going right now with Frankie, a change may be in order, and we're going to look into that in the next couple of days. But his stuff in his last few starts hasn't been as crisp as it was earlier in the season, and we'll see what happens.
You be satisfied splitting the series with these guys?
I wouldn't necessarily say the word is satisfied, but there's nothing we can do about the games that just took place late last night and this evening out there. We're going to put Pedro on the mound tomorrow and see how we can do tomorrow. We can't look backwards, and of course we would like to sweep every series we ever play, but that's not going to happen. And we're not quite satisfied when that doesn't happen.
You talk about Casey Fossum tonight?
I think that was enlightening. He's been throwing good down in Pawtucket, and he got a few balls hit off of him, but he did pitch 7 innings, and he did give up 3 runs. I don't know how many strikeouts he had. I haven't heard yet. That's not bad for a kid just coming up and getting this opportunity to pitch again like he did out there today, and that's certainly enlightened us into the fact that maybe a change is in order.
Will Casey stay?
I can't answer that question tonight.
Could he move into the rotation up here?
Yes, that could very easily happen.
What do you mean by Castillo hasn't been as quick as he was earlier in the season?
I didn't say quick, I said crisp. His stuff has not been as crisp as it was before, and it could be a little bit of arm weariness or something. Just anything like that could happen to a pitcher this time of the year. He's given us a lot of good quality innings, but maybe just a lot of times a little break like that might do a guy some good. Just a couple of 3 trips around the rotation or something could put a little life back into that arm and get him back to where he wants to be. But it's something that we haven't even discussed with him yet, so I'd rather not talk about it anymore in here tonight.
How badly is Damon hurting?
He's not hurting. We're just trying to keep him from not hurting. I mean, keep him from hurting, not hurting. But that's too many negatives there, isn't it? But he's fine.
Did last night's game continue into today?
It looked like the way they came out swinging those bats, they looked like they were carrying on from the 9th inning last night. But it was a different game out there, and we were just beaten.
Scoring enough runs lately, we certainly did see the offense getting back into swinging things. That the runs of giving up, how troubling is that?
Well, it is a little.
Giving up the runs now.
You finished? The question was about the runs, and we went through a whole month of June where we weren't scoring many runs at all, so it's certainly a pleasure to see us swinging the bats better, but we're not really hitting on all cylinders as far as holding down the other team from scoring runs these days, but that will improve, and that will improve soon.
Talk about Trot at the plate, his turnaround.
Trot Nixon's been doing a whole lot of work, and it's paying off for him. He's done a whole lot of work with Dwight Evans, and he's operating at probably the highest level of confidence right now a hitter could ever operate, and he's getting a lot of good results.
You update us on Carlos and when he might come back?
Carlos is looking good, and it looks like he'll come off the disabled list either tomorrow or Friday. And if we can get it's a tough call right now to say that for sure that would be taking the place of a 12th pitcher with the kind of situation we've been in this week with our pitching, but that's sure a possibility. It still could happen.
First Look with Red Sox manager Grady Little is brought to you by Bank North. Open a Simply Free checking account from Bank North today. It's nice knowing Simply Free checking starts free and stays free. Well, really the story tonight for the Red Sox, the poor starting pitching of Frank Castillo. He's down in the locker room right now. Tom Caron is as well.
Frank, the way it progressed at the beginning, small little hits, bleeders, sort of chipping away. Then that home run seemed to be the opening of the game.
Yeah, just, you know, a bad pitch, and, you know, took advantage of it, and 4 notes, 6-0, and, you know, put us in a deep hole and pretty much buried us.
Said you felt like you had your stuff, and when those little hits were going that way, did you still feel you were going to get out of it at that point until the home run?
Yeah, I felt fine, and I felt like I had good stuff, but for some reason, I made a bad pitch, and before you know it, like I said, it's 6-0.
How frustrating is that, especially because there are nights where maybe you don't have your best stuff and you all of a sudden go 6-7. Other nights you feel good going in and all of a sudden there it is.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. It's just disappointing, and I just got to move on and forget about it and keep fighting it.
How tough a year has it been for you?
It's been a tough year. It just seems that I can't get anything going, and the harder I try, it seems to backfire or something. So, just keep fighting it and see what happens.
What would turn this team around? The team is playing 500, less than 500 balls since June 1st. Trading deadline is a week away. What would turn this around?
I wish I had the answer. I got to turn it around. For the most part, I got to change things around myself, and then go from there.
Thanks.
All right, here's your Sox box for tonight. Again, as we mentioned, Johnny Damon got the night off. Ricky Henderson started in center field. Nice to see Trot Nixon continue to swing the bat well.
Yeah, Trot's been lighting it up lately. This is very good for his confidence, and hopefully he keeps it going for the remainder of the season.
Nomar, 2 more hits, 2 more RBI for him. Jason Varitek, a couple of hits and an RBI tonight. Grady Little electing to put both Varitek and Mirabelli in the starting lineup. Varitek as the DH tonight. But again, we talked about the starting pitching, and that's really where this game got away from the Red Sox. Frank Castillo, just an inning and 2/3. He watches that ERA balloon, Jimmy, to 5.10 now.
Yeah, it was a tough outing for Frank. He's got to go back to the drawing board. Maybe a little rest for his arm, like Grady said, might be necessary. But he said he felt good, so maybe it was just a combination of having some bad luck and then making a bad pitch.
And 7 innings for Casey Fossum and 9 strikeouts. I think the Red Sox had to be pretty impressed with the way he worked tonight.
He did. Excuse me, I was going to cough. No, he did. That was a quality start. He gave him 7 innings, 3 runs. He pitched great.
We'll get you a drink of water. We'll take a break.
Thank you.
Tim Wakefield's going to make his way up from the Red Sox. A locker room time for our Coors Light Silver Bullet Blast update. We're not getting much luck here. The Red Sox are hitting plenty of home runs this season, just not here on Nesson of late. So we have no winners once again in our Coors Light Silver Bullet Blast. But our next game here on Nesson could be your chance to win. We're coming right back after this.
Ford authorized clearance. Now get 0% financing for up to 60 months. That's 0% on the vehicles that'll rock your world. Like Ford Explorer, the #1 selling SUV on the planet. F-150, the #1 selling truck for 25 straight years. Focus, one of Car and Driver's 10 best. And Taurus, with the government's highest safety rating. 0% Ford authorized clearance now.
Here's what I know. You can tell a lot about a girl after the first kiss, but you can never know a girl completely. Fear of commitment is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Moving in together is about a lot more than finding the perfect apartment. Buying an engagement ring is about a lot more than picking out a diamond. Mistakes are like relationships. Painful at times, but they always teach you something. And if you're going to take that leap of faith, leave your mind open and your parachute on the ground.
You're losing your hair, and you haven't ordered Avicor yet? You've heard all about Avicor on radio for years. Now we've brought it to TV, so you can see our successful results with your own eyes.
Medical studies and the FDA have reported the body chemical dihydrotestosterone, commonly known as DHT, as the leading cause of hair loss. Avicor stops DHT from attacking your hair follicles and starts regrowing hair in balding areas. Avicor's DHT blocker is all natural, safe, and effective.
In 6 years of clinical use by tens of thousands of men and women, Avicor regrew hair on virtually everyone.
We guarantee it.
Join the thousands of satisfied men and women who have reversed their hair loss with Avicor. Call 800-439-7802. Now you can use Avicor risk-free for 3 full months. Call 800-439-7802. That's 800-439-7802.
talk about just getting up tonight and loosening up. I mean, obviously you've been sort of making the transition back to being a starter. Now you're out there loosening up in a game again. You know, how was that as far as the process of getting loose and getting ready?
I've done it. When Hermanson made the start 2 starts ago that I had, he pitched the first 2 innings, so, or maybe the first three innings. So yeah, I did that the other day, so I was used to it. And you know, maybe it helped me a little bit because I have a tendency to throw too many pitches warming up if I was going to start. So, you know, I got ready and felt good and went out there and got ahead of hitters right away.
A little bit easier as it turned out that you got to start an inning. Did that make a difference?
You know, yeah, I think it did. Yeah, they wanted Willie to go in there and finish up that second inning, and I think that helped me a little bit. Fresh start, and it helped.
Can you just give an overall assessment of your performance tonight?
I made a couple bad pitches here and there, but overall I felt I did pretty well. Located my fastball really well, in and out and up. Struck out a couple guys, and you know, my breaking ball was good at the end. And that's one thing I didn't have consistency with my breaking ball when I was coming out of the bullpen and early on in the year. But you know, now as a starter, I mean, since I went 7 innings, I was able to find it in the 3rd inning, and it was just a lot easier from then on.
Do you think you had Sandberg on that pitch? It certainly seemed like he thought he was out.
I made a pretty good pitch. Doug was set up inside, and I left it outside. But you know, you can't do anything about that except come right back and make another pitch.
Well, one of the bright spots tonight for the Red Sox, the relief pitching of Casey Fossum. Grady Little hinted perhaps that maybe he would join the starting rotation, but that remains to be seen. We're joined by Red Sox pitcher Tim Wakefield. We can't say starting pitcher. We can't say reliever. I mean, just say Mr. Everything. But, Tim, frustrating the last couple of ball games.
Yeah, it has been. But, you know, our offense has been very positive throughout the whole weekend in the last couple games. Just came out on the short end of the stick on the last 2 games.
Usually during the season, everything doesn't click at once. You know, they had trouble scoring runs in June, and then we come into this month, and now the pitching is giving it up a little bit. But once they get everybody on the same page, they're going to get on a roll.
We talked a little bit before the ball game about, you know, what's it like after you lose a ball game in the fashion that you guys did last night. From your perspective, after you guys lost that way, what was the mood like?
It was tough, but, you know, we're going to play tomorrow, and you learn to just wipe it under the rug and come back out and go get them tomorrow. But, you know, Frankie had a little tough time in the 2nd inning today, and we weren't able to catch up. We showed a lot of resilience in scoring the 5 runs that we did, but, you know, you can't say enough good things about what Casey did tonight. He saved a lot of arms down the bullpen.
He did. That's the best thing about this game. It's not like you play football once a week, especially as a relief pitcher. When you mess up, you know you might get a chance the next day, and that's a refreshing feeling.
These Devil Rays, usually they don't score, you know, 4 or 5 runs in a game. They do it in 1 inning, so that must make it even more difficult to watch as that was unfolding last night. You guys had to be just, your jaws had to drop watching that unfold.
You can't take anybody lightly. I don't care if it's Tampa Bay or if it's New York. You can't take anybody lightly because this is the major leagues, and these guys are here for a reason. And they proved that last night by scoring 5 in the top of the 9th.
Anybody that has a bat in the hand can be dangerous. Even you, Bob.
Very much so.
Even me, Jimmy. That's the first time you've ever given me that kind of credit.
Dangerous. I don't mean you could hit the ball. I mean you could just be dangerous.
Tim, what right now is Grady Little telling you about your role? I mean, we talked about the starting rotation. Right now it's obviously not doing as well as he'd like. He hinted that perhaps Frank Castillo would be out. Have they talked to you about start or relieve, or what's the story?
I haven't heard anything yet. I knew I had the 2nd game off yesterday and today off, and he asked me today just to let him know when I'm ready to go. And I'll see how I feel tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure I'll be ready to go back to the pen tomorrow.
I mean, you got to tip your hat to him. You know, he threw three innings on Wednesday, day off, 3 innings Friday, 2 days off, and then a start. Is that so? You
Yeah, Thursday, Friday off, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, and then 5 innings.
So 11 innings in
5 days.
5 days.
Something like that, yeah.
What does it take for your arm to get back? I mean, we always say, oh, Wakefield can pitch every day, but really you're going through the same motion, maybe not with the same velocity that other guys are throwing, but still, how much rest do you need after you throw like you did yesterday, for example?
It depends. Each outing is different. You know, I may mechanically not be very good, and you know, something may hurt a little bit, but you know, it usually doesn't take a whole lot of time to recoup. But I felt pretty good throwing the ball today, and we'll see how it feels tomorrow.
Yeah, sometimes you can go out there and you can throw 30 pitches, and it's an easy 30 pitches. Sometimes you can go out there and throw 30 pitches, and it was a max effort. You know, you were digging down to get every pitch over, or or to get an out here and there.
Right.
And sometimes you throw 30 pitches and you don't even feel like you're through.
That had to be a great sight yesterday. You give up the early runs, and then you watch the big inning the Red Sox have, and now you say, okay, I just have to get a couple more innings and I got the W.
It wasn't a good sight for me to give up those early runs, but it was nice to see that we scored 10 in the bottom of the third, which made my job a little easier, is just to, you know, especially the next inning, you go out and you try to get your offense back in the dugout as fast as you can, and, you know, I was able to do that in the fourth inning.
All right, I want to talk about your charity golf tournament because that's quite an event. We had to see Corsi in shorts. We'll take a quick break here at Extra Innings. Come back, we'll talk about that, and we'll talk to you as well. It's 1-866-ASK-NESSN. Tim Wakefield in the studio.
For some, half the fun of camp is just getting there in the ultimate camp vehicle, which you'll find at the Camp Jeep Summer Event at your Jeep dealer, where you'll get 0% financing on award-winning Jeep Liberty, the on-road, off-road, all-road hero. Plus, get our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, designed to protect the hardest-working parts of your Jeep vehicle. Then get to the ultimate camp, Camp Jeep, at your Jeep dealer. Check it out today.
ESPN News, your source for sports, with the enhanced bottom line that's always on, letting you know what's ahead. Scores, stats, highlights, news conferences, analysis, and more. It's ESPN News on NESSN. When the Sox need the W, they turn to W. Ugueth Urbina.
Struck him out.
Friends and fans call him Oogie. Opposing hitters have other names for him. He's always pumped up to punch hitters
Swung
out.
on and missed. He struck him out.
How do the Sox spell relief? When they want the W, they go with W.
Over the outside corner, he struck him out.
Friday, the Sox take on the Orioles at Fenway. Coverage begins at 6:30 only on NESSN.
It's 4 half hours of fresh air, fun, and more. Charlie Moore, your host for NESSN Outdoors. Brought to you by Obashan Hardware. NESSN Outdoors features a weekly lineup of New England outdoor programming. Voting today for whatever floats your boat. Divers Down, exploring New England's underwater world. And then back-to-back episodes featuring the mad fisherman himself in Charlie Moore Outdoors. So tune in and get out each week on NESSN. It's August, it's NESSN, and it's hot.
Gone into the screen.
NESSN is your ticket to the 2002 Boston Red Sox, and it's the year to be here.
Got him.
With 12 games in August, featuring the Rangers, A's, Mariners, Angels, and the New York Yankees. Get a front row view of the life and career of Doug Flutie in Great Heights, the Doug Flutie Story. A 1-hour special premiering in August on NESSN. It's August, it's NESSN, and it's hot.
Welcome back to Extra Innings, everybody. We had bad news at Fenway Park. We have bad news from Cleveland as well. The Yankees jumping all over the Indians at the Jake. Jason Giambi, Robin Ventura, Rondell White all chipping in with RBIs. The Yankees score 5 runs in the first. Second inning, it's the same deal. 5 more runs. Nick Johnson, his 13th home run, and just like that, the Yankees have the 10-0 lead. But give the Indians credit. They fight back in this ball game. They will score 6 times in the second inning. And then in the 5th inning, it's Ellis Burks belting his 22nd home run. What a year for Ellis Burks. 12-7 at that point. But the Yankees would not let this one slip away. It's Giambi again. That is, what is it, Jimmy? It's the tall jack. Tall jack off the fair pole and right. His 26th of the season. And it's 14-7. The Yankees win it tonight. David Wells did not pitch all that well, but he gets the win, 11-5 for him. So the Yankees now increase their lead on the Red Sox to 4.5 games in the American League East. And we have one more score to tell you. I know it's a big score. Jimmy, you have that one.
This is a big score. Hopkinton Little League Tondorf team, traveling all-star team, won 20-3 over Ashland today to sweep the finals. And,
Mitch Corsi?
Mitch Corsi pitched 3 innings, had 6 strikeouts, 2 for 4 hitting, 4 ribbies. So good job, Hopkinton. Good job, Mitch. See you when I get home.
Proud daddy. Let's talk about where you were on Monday and where you were as well, the golf tournament. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's been Tim Naring's golf tournament for a long, long time, and I've always supported Tim in his efforts to raise money for the foundation, the Athletes Reaching Out Foundation. And, you know, because Tim doesn't play anymore, he kind of feels a little uncomfortable holding a golf tournament here, and he asked if I would co-host it with him, and I was honored that he even asked me to do that. And We split the charities up between Athletes Reaching Out, the Franciscan Children's Hospital, and the Jimmy Fund, and it was a great event. Even though it was tough for me to get involved during the course of the season, coming back from New York, we took the train ride in, didn't get in Sunday night until about 10 o'clock, went over to the rack where we had our pre-party and had a live auction over there, and that went well. And then Monday, the weather was great, and we had a lot of fun out there.
And you had a busy day, too, because then you came to Fenway Park for the Ted Williams tribute, which I thought that was a nice touch. Jimmy and I were talking to see how many of you guys would make it, and after being on the course all day, you got there and witnessed, I think, a great moment in Red Sox history, I think.
It was truly a great ceremony, and I wanted to be here on a personal note to thank a guy that gave his heart and soul to the city of Boston, to the Boston Red Sox, and also to our country in fighting in both World War II and the Korean conflict.
Well, let's get back to the golf tournament, because Corsi was trying to tell me that they won, but we got official scorecards.
No, we did not win.
Jamie Parker's team won.
Yeah,
No, come
see?
on.
Yeah.
She did?
She brought some ringers.
That's incredible. This is some of the highlights from the tournament, but you'll be surprised to find out the only
Oh my
highlights we
God.
get is Jim Corsi.
Look at him in shorts.
Look at those legs.
Oh my
That's some
gosh.
power right there. This ball goes about 300 yards over to the right.
4 right, 4 right.
The ball was hit.
Look, they're looking all over the fairway for it. They can't find it.
They can't find that ball.
No, it was right on the right-hand side.
Tim, how'd your team do?
We finished 12 under.
He's got a short game, too. Oh.
Must
I'll
help.
tell you what, Wake's a good golfer.
It must help to work for Ness, and you gotta get every one of your highlights on here.
That's all that there is. That's all we have. I went through the tapes trying to look for somebody else, but Corsi had deleted it all. That's all we had. And he was telling everybody how to play, yelling at his teammates.
I was asking where the ice cream was.
You told me you were upset at some of your teammates. Let's get the facts out
That's
there.
not true. Don't pass that on.
And this was the hole that the rack
This
sponsored.
is the rack, the one they sponsored. We
yeah.
wanted to leave it short on purpose so you could put it in so we get the negative 2 strokes.
That was a fun hole. I can't remember what hole it was, but the rack was one of the sponsors, and you were allowed, once your shot got onto the green, you were allowed to knock it in using your putter as a pool cue. And actually, our team knocked it in from about 6 feet, and they allowed you to take 2 strokes off your score. So we made a 1 on that hole.
What'd you
guys make?
We made a 4 that got us to a 2. Well, so you birdied it.
Yeah.
So you got over the water when you drove it? Did you drive it over the water?
Come on, course.
Come on.
Wow. Where'd your team finish?
We finished 12 under. We had a lot of fun.
Our team was 10.
Now,
I think Jamie's group had a bunch of ringers.
They had to.
And
I've
she's
seen
not
Jamie
she's
play.
not a bad golfer. She's not a great golfer, but she gets a huge advantage playing the ladies' tees because it's about 200 yards up from where we were hitting.
Yeah, Sandy Burr really gives the ladies an advantage. And if you have a lady that can hit the ball 150 off the tee, she's going to be way out there.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give Jamie your credit then because that's
we'll give her a little credit.
That's kind of smart. Let's get some phone calls for Tim Wakefield. Let's talk to Mike from Hartford, Connecticut. Hi, Mike.
Hi, guys. Mr. Corsi, my fiance thinks that you're cute.
Thank you.
I have a couple of comments and just a couple of quick questions, and I'll hang up. The team got off to a real good start, and that's good. But from lately with the play, it's just reminding me of last season, where Oakland is getting hot and Anaheim's getting hot, and they didn't make the playoffs. I think this time around, hopefully we can make a trade. Maybe getting another big bat or getting another starting pitcher. I don't know who to give up for who. I wouldn't give up Casey or Kim. And the other thing is, I know that Mr. Wakefield and Mr. Corsi wasn't around in '86 with the club, but why not bring back the Kangaroo Court, where a player makes a mistake? It's going to cost him a little money. I remember Oil Can Boyd saying that Don Baylor came up to him, and it cost him, I think, $500 because he gave a home run up on an 0-2 pitch to someone, and we lost the game.
Have you been on a team when they've had Kangaroo Court?
Yeah, we've had Kangaroo Court here in the past, and I mean that's just fun. That doesn't make guys play harder because they're afraid of making a mistake. I mean, we're all trying hard, and sometimes mistakes happen, and that's the nature of baseball sometimes. But don't jump off the boat with that anchor in your hand yet. So we're playing good ball. We're not getting the breaks that we need right now.
Do you guys pay much attention to the scoreboard, watching what's happening out west, to see Oakland, Seattle, and Anaheim playing the kind of baseball they've been playing?
Not really. We're trying to concentrate on our job at hand that particular night, and we can't scoreboard watch now. Maybe in September, late September, and we can start scoreboard watching, but right now we don't.
No, it's too early. Plus, you heard what Nomar's saying. You worry about yourselves, and that's all you can do is worry about what you're doing today. You know, you don't look past your nose.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to Joe from Falmouth. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Joe.
I have a quick question. What are the odds that maybe the Red Sox might trade for a big bat like Jim Thome, or I've even heard Cliff Floyd rumored? What are the odds that that might happen?
61% chance, Joe. No. How do these trade rumors deal in the clubhouse? I was asking Jim recently when Casey Fossum keeps hearing his name. You really haven't heard your name too much, but what is it like in the clubhouse when you think that maybe at some point there will be a trade?
You can't worry about stuff like that. You have to do your job in whatever team that you're on right now. There's been a lot of talks about getting a big bat like Jim Thome, but from what I'm hearing, the Cleveland Indians want way too much for Jim Thome. I think they wanted Casey Fossum and Trot Nixon, and we're not willing to give those two guys up. Trot's played the best right field since Dwight Evans has been here, and Casey Fossum's a good young arm that will help us win later on down the road, if not right now.
Plus, with the labor agreement unsettled, we don't know if we're going to have Jim Thome, for a month and a half. Players go out. We end up striking. We don't know what's going to happen yet.
Give us good news on that front. Give us good news on that front. We're not going to have it.
Well, I was in actually one of the meetings in New York when we were there playing with the owners, and I came away from that meeting very optimistic about what was going to happen. I know one of the big key issues that they talked about was a worldwide draft, and we're both on the same page on that. And that's one of the core issues that we are talking about on both sides, and we seem to be on the same page on that issue.
Good, that'll be great news. Tim, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Tim Wakefield, our guest here on Extra Innings. We'll be back to wrap it up after this.
Water and skiing, racing and winning. Great matches, but here's the best. The Dodge down payment matchup. Put $1,000 down and we'll match it. Plus get up to $2,500 cash allowance for a total down payment of $4,500. Or get 0% APR on select vehicles and Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Making it easier to grab life in a Durango, Dakota, Stratus Coupe, or sedan. Great products, great protection, great values. Because it's about great matches, like the open road and a Dodge.
Here's what I know. The only exciting part of a basketball game is the final 2 minutes. And anyone who owns a sports franchise should be a fan first and then run the team that way. There's a big difference between the right girl and the right now girl. Do what you love and don't apologize for it. Music is religion. Karaoke is a cult. Well done is overdone. And if you're going to draw a map of your life, do it in pencil and then redraw it over and over again. No, that's not what I want to say.
The Boston Red Sox have provided us with legends.
The dreams and the fantasies to wear a Red Sox uniform, to hit one off the wall, to play in Fenway Park. And then to do that, you can't imagine the feeling.
Drama.
Left, Yastrzemski is going hard, way back, and he dives and makes a tremendous catch!
It was something that I think that every kid ever growing up when I was playing baseball wanted to be part of. To be a winning pitcher and to be carried off of the field by the happy fans. And looking back on it, just a moment of a lifetime.
Heroes.
Migliero hit the home run, his first time at bat at Fenway Park.
With the Jimmy Foxes, Lefty Groves, and Joe Cronin, what they left you was a beautiful thing. It was a lesson in baseball.
The Boston Red Sox, 100 Years of Baseball History. A 3-hour documentary, now available on VHS or DVD.
Listen to Tim Wakefield. Don't jump off the boat just yet, because the Red Sox have Pedro Martinez pitching tomorrow with a 12-2 record, a 2.65 ERA. When you have two tough losses like this, Jim, good guy to give the ball to.
Yeah, this is the perfect answer for their problems, pitching woes right now. Pedro goes out and have a strong game and keep that offense going and walk out of there with a W.
All right, that is Extra Innings for tonight. Thanks for watching, everybody. Once again, your final score from Fenway Park, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays beat your Boston Red Sox 9-5. Our next game here on NESN Friday night against the Baltimore Orioles, Red Sox Digest at 6:30. And this has been an exclusive presentation of NESN, your ticket to Boston Red Sox baseball. Good night, everybody.
The 2002 Nissan Altima. Best in its class. Best of the year. Best 2002 car on the continent. It's It's making a lot of people feel better about midsize sedans. So get over to your Nissan dealer and check out the Nissan Altima, the cure for the common car. Nicely equipped at only $18,999. Nissan. Driven.
I know my son. He hangs out with the same guys at the same place every day. He tells me his English teacher spits when she talks. I know he hates me sometimes. He knows people who smoke weed and it scares me to death. But I know he stays away from it. How do I know? I ask. I ask every day.
Hey, guess who got a job?
Hey, congratulations, Mike. Switching jobs? Big step, Mike.
No, I didn't say I'm switching jobs. I was just saying I got a job.
My mistake.
Yeah. What are you guys doing?
Just checking my investments with Quick and Riley.
Here's a question. Can I roll over my 401k money into an IRA account at Quick and Riley, you know, from an old job?
You got an IRA?
Yes, I think so. They just, basically at this new job, they just got me a big pack of papers, and I just gave that to my wife. She told me to come in here and ask you guys how to figure it all out.
Join the Cadillac Summer Jam for this attractive offer.